Oh, did it do it again? Where it made 2? God, I hope not. No, it didn't. My connection is excellent, apparently, but it's not streaming to the software. That's pretty cool. Oh, there it goes. Now, okay. Finally. Okay. There it goes. There we are. For a good couple of seconds there, it just was not connecting to the YouTube thing. There we go. Alright. Hello, Draco Kraken. Good to see you. Let me just mess with this for a second. There we go. That's more what I'm looking for. So, hello. It will not be just me today. Aiden and Boo are supposed to be here, but Aiden's gonna be a little late, and Boo, I have no idea where he is. Oh good, and my cats have decided that they want to rip something, it looks like. Hi, did you not do that? I put those things there for you to not rip into cords, so don't rip the actual protectors either. That'd be cool. Oh, okay. Whoa. Yep. And then, of course, Titania likes to now jump and claw her way up the back of my chair. And it just has a bunch of little holes in it now. So that's pretty cool. My children. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Good, good.
My Discord was not open on my computer, so since I saw that it was 8:58, and I'm like, he's probably called me by now.
Gotcha. Well, good. Aiden will be here in a bit.
Yep, I saw his ETA 20.
Cool. All right. Well, then let us get going. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Table Talk Discussion and Discourse. I, as always, am your host, Alejo, a.k.a. Great on 95.
And I'm the third host, even though I'm in second right now, and I finally recently gotten back into Mech Warrior 5. Man, it's still fucking good.
Good. I can't imagine that game to get bad, really, you know?
Yeah, no, it doesn't. Especially, okay, so now, you know what I will tell you? I bought one of the DLCs. I bought a couple of the DLCs. And, so the one in question was called The Rise of Razzlehague, and it follows the birth of basically an entire, nation in the Inner Sphere, which is awesome.
That's cool.
Yeah, and they get their own section of space all to them. And so the problem that I ran into during that that DLC was when you buy the DLC, you have to reach a certain reputation before you get a transmission. It's like, hey, we're these guys, and we want you to help. And then you get a whole bunch of missions. The problem with the DLC is that once you reach that reputation level and you get that transmission, you have like 2 months of in-game time, which is not much time, to respond. And if you don't, they don't contact you again, and you don't get to do it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I got the transmission. I was like, okay, cool. This is the DLC. I'll go ahead and do it. And I got into it, and I'm like, yo, this is pretty cool. We're following the storyline here. We have characters, and they're doing shit. And the missions are pretty challenging.
That's good.
And I'm having a great time. And then the bad shit starts happening where it is mission with no delay in between them to do any fucking repairs. So I'm making a ton of money from each mission. And so what I wind up having to do is, in order to just progress and not die, in the middle, like in between missions, I am having to dive into the store and be like, oh dear God, please let me buy these mechs and to replace the ones that are broken. I literally got to the point where it's like, well, this mech's broken, sell it, buy another one. My car is out of gas, I gotta buy a new car.
Yeah, exactly.
It literally got to that point.
That's amazing.
And it was really fucking hard.
I bet.
And it got to the point where, you know how when you're in the battle mech screen, you can do like repair mech and stuff like that,
yes.
and it just repairs everything?
Yeah.
You actually have to go into the loadout of a damaged mech, and instead of being able to repair the whole thing, because it would take too long, because some of the missions are like, oh, the next mission's starting in like 4 days. And I'm like, oh shit, I can't repair the whole mech. I gotta go in and repair individual limbs.
Oh, wow.
So it taught me that you can do that, because I didn't know you could do that. And it was a fucking nightmare toward the end.
Yeah.
But I did manage to do it. It was really fucking hard, and it was really fun at the same time.
Good.
Because it was you get a lot of shit. By the time I finished the whole storyline, I had like $40 million in the bank.
Oh, wow.
And that's after doing all the buying and selling.
Yeah.
And so I also got an atlas finally from that one. Because I'm like, man, I'm jumping around space looking for an atlas. And then in the middle of the storyline, it's like, well, there's an atlas in the shop.
Nice.
So that was one of the ones I got. I still have that same one. And yeah, it was hectic and very challenging, but very fun.
Good. That's good to hear.
Yeah.
Well, I started Metroid Dread.
Nice.
Very cool, very fun, like it a lot.
It's the one where Samus turns into Doom Girl.
Yes.
Basically.
I absolutely adore the parry system. I really like it. It was, for a second I was like, oh, spoilers, by the way, for Metroid Dread, a little bit. It's not too, I mean,
it's been out for a while.
It has been out for a while, but even so, if you don't want to listen, but I was like, oh, that's like a Chozo. Oh, that's like an actual Chozo. Whoa.
Yep.
For a second, I was like, that an actual Chozo? Is that is that okay? And then at the same time, then it was like, no, I guess that's fine. Yeah, fuck it.
Yeah, because their planet got destroyed.
Yeah.
And it was presumed that they're all dead.
Exactly.
But I mean, hey, you got a Goku Vegeta thing going on.
Well, yeah. And and also I was just like, no, you know what? Fuck it. It's fine. It's in space. I'm okay with it. They don't all have to be dead. So I just it made me go like Chozo ruins. But then I was like, no, that's okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, so really fun. I gotta get back to it at some point. I got through I have access to 5 areas, and I'm already going back and forth a bunch.
Nice.
Super.
You've been going for missiles and all the extra shit.
Oh
too?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Nice. That's always fun.
I really enjoy that the map is like, hey, there's something here. You know, in the sense of it doesn't just say flat out where it is. It's just like, oh yeah, there is something here still. Don't worry about it. If you can't get it yet, it's just there, and it will always tell you that it's there. I'm like, okay, sick. And I really like using the robots, and the robots being how you get your powers back. I also like the reason as to why she was brought there. And I was like, oh, that's neat. Okay. I get it. I get it. it makes sense as to why the robots are bad. So yeah, I'm excited to play more of that. I also what the fuck is the guy's name? It's the because it was even in the original Metro, that big lizard guy that I can't remember what his name is.
Ridley?
No. Ridley is absolute no.
Oh, Kraid.
Yes, Kraid. Yeah. They basically have Kraid again.
Yes, finally.
Which is
everybody
cool.
fucking loves Kraid.
Yeah. I like Kraid, but I was also like, is this just a species? You know?
Yeah.
So, but at the same time, again, neat.
Yeah.
I liked that boss fight. Again, the parry system really adds like a dynamic kind of aspect to it, and it gives you like little cutscenes during the boss fights, which is really cool. If you get the parry off in the right time, and you can like do damage during this little cutscene, which is super neat. I like that a lot. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
no, it's fucking cool.
Yeah, and then I played the Duck Detective. Which
nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Did you know that Brian David Gilbert is a voice in that?
No.
Yeah, he's the alligator guy in that.
Nice.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I was like, that's a familiar voice. And so I played through the end of it to the end of it. It only took me 2 hours. And I looked at it at the voice cast, and it was like, oh, Freddy is played by Brian David Gilbert. And then I listened to the voice again. I'm like, oh yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
neat.
super neat. Cute little game, 2 hours, $10. It's pretty worth your time, honestly.
Nice.
Just because it's a nice little jaunt. Anyway. Yeah, so today.
Oh, I need to get in the watch together.
You're good. Today we're going to be talking about some world building mistakes. By the way, hello Timothy. Did your brain cells recover from having pointy hat on your head? Yes.
Yes.
But yeah, so today we're going to be talking about 11 world building mistakes that are going to be pointed out by this guy, the Fantasy Forge. Yeah, stop making these 11 world building mistakes. And I listened to
believe number 4.
I listened to the first like minute, and it was like, these are ones that people just make unconsciously. And I was like, oh, okay. Ooh, that's interesting. So there's that, and then later on we have a video game thing to talk about. Ooh.
Oh my god. Oh, by the way, I'm sorry, I had to fire you.
Okay.
In the game.
Oh, that's all right. I can't imagine
I
had a plateau. I can't imagine.
Oh no, yeah, because everybody's getting up to like the main character is level 60. He's the highest you can be, and now I'm finding people who are also potential 60s.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And you were like 44. You were good for a while, but hey, you didn't die.
That's good. Hey,
I didn't let you die. And if I do find another one of you, I'll hire you.
All
for
right,
a 60.
I appreciate that. Yeah.
Only if you're 6 and up.
Yeah. Oh, of course. I get that.
Get it?
I get that. Yeah.
Yeah. No 5. Nothing. Nothing below 6-0.
Of course. But yeah. I remember this flaming head dude. Yeah, we might have covered him before. No, I don't think so.
We did at some point. Yeah.
I don't remember.
It was a while ago.
To be fair, yeah. But yeah, so unless it'd be so funny if we covered this exact same video. Hold on. God, I hope not. Because I couldn't remember if we had covered this person. So, if we have, and it was this video, then I'm going to be embarrassed. The fantasy... What's nice is that I can go into YouTube Studio and just search this. Oh, okay. Oh, this was, yeah, the every, 27 things every D&D party should experience at least once. I remember now. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
With some of them being like, well, I don't think you have to, but okay.
Yeah.
But it wasn't anything bad. As far as I remember. But yeah, hello, Pizza Funk. So, let us begin with 11 world building mistakes.
Hello adventurers and welcome back to the Fantasy Forge. Today we are diving into 11 world-building mistakes that you don't even know that you're making. The first thing we're going to talk about is ignoring diversity. I'm talking about cultural diversity, languages. Now, there's this weird cliche that happens in a lot of fantasy stories, and that everything becomes sort of medieval England, and that's about it. But by failing to include this diverse range of cultures that there should be in your world, you're missing out on a big part of what makes your world full of depth and full of richness and beauty and wonder and what's going to make people want to explore. Think about our own world today and how many different cultures and languages and skin tones and different beliefs and architecture types, how many different types of those things that we have in this world alone. And we don't even have access to interplanar travel or magic or things like that, right? Yet. So just make sure that when you're creating your world, if you really want it to feel like it's a full lived-in world, think about the different cultures, think about the different languages, the different architectures, and how all of that expands by creating different groups of people. It's going to do your world a huge favor, trust.
Okay. Yes. First off, of course. I love Verity. Better not miss a world building episode, of course not. So the thing about having a bunch of while I agree with the cultural diversity, I am but one man with an 8-hour job. Exactly. That's the other thing. So
yeah.
I've shared my world. I think I shared the Google Doc in our Discord server at one point, and I do have it so that each major race of peoples have their culture, their diversity in that sense of like what they are known for, what they do, and what languages they speak, what they call each other, things that are in common, and technically what their own language is for their own race. And I think I included some hierarchy stuff based off of their culture and kind of and stuff that they do, like the orcs that utilize a lot of, like, they're the crafting kind of peoples. They utilize a lot of technology, but they're a matriarchal society that if their matriarch is of a clan, then that clan kind of becomes the major clan as well. And
makes sense.
And then you have your undead that I took for the Nosfer, the vampires, being the leaders of the undead peoples as a whole, and they had their council that they had, which was made up of the 5 heads of each of the major bloodlines. And let me think. What else? It's been a hot minute since I looked at that docket. What was it? Humans were pretty generic, if I remember right, because that's the easiest way to have humans be, really. Fuck, what are they? The tiefling peoples were more law-abiding and became like adjudicators and lawmakers and traveling like judges and such, that were called upon for their major cultural kind of thing. And yeah, so I did that with my time, but it took me a while to do all of that together. Obviously, you know, before you are going to play a game, you have so much time until you even start it to do whatever you want to do, right? But again, it's a good point to say, at this point in time, we're all kind of pretty busy in doing a lot of things, so we might not have as much time as we want to be creative. Plus, there's nothing wrong with having your worlds become kind of cookie cutter in a way.
Yeah, kind of like monoculture. Yeah, there's really not, because if you have it set up that way, you can dedicate everything you have to that one culture.
Yes, exactly.
And then there's also the thing that you can do if you want to kind of circumvent this in a pretty easy way is to basically just be... you can just look to other examples. Like, if you want to have different cultures, it's easy to just be like, oh, well, dwarves live under mountains and they have like lots of really neat architecture. The elves live in, hippie areas and they don't have architecture. Either that or they have architecture that comes from the land itself. And so you can really easily just inject these other cultures to, to fill those holes if you want.
Yeah, exactly. And The thing about languages, that's its own can of worms, you know?
Yeah.
What I used to do was look into what has already been published for each of the actual languages in D&D, such as Draconic. Draconic was the one that I would always go towards because it's cool. And and so I would find like specific words out of there to kind of utilize or make names out of for certain characters, whether they be actual Draconic Dragonborn or Lizardmen, because they also speak Draconic, and like creating. Utilizing the resource that is already there is probably your best bet if you want to really inject language, you know?
Yes.
Creating your own language is something that is incredibly hard, and I would never say you need to do that at all.
Yeah. There's a reason why not many new languages come about.
Yes.
Because, well, it takes lifetimes to make a full language.
Yeah, exactly. So...
Because you got to remember that languages are more than just a list of words. There's also, like phonetics and actual sentence structure and shit. And you got to go way beyond just, what you would immediately suspect.
Exactly, for sure. So again, utilize the resources that have been given to you by whatever system you're using, because they probably have some language things in them. What the fuck? Oh... Mab just got my Ethernet cord a little bit. That's supposed to not be like that, so that you can't get that, you silly little one. But anyway. So, the other thing that I would say is that, it's hard to, as somebody who is a single language speaker, I can't, even though I know, like, Spanish to a degree, I can't inject that as easily as somebody who is bilingual, you know?
Yeah.
And it's hard for me to wrap that around in my head to kind of inject shit like that while I'm speaking as another species, you know?
Yes.
Right? Like... I'm trying to speak in Gnomish to you, or I'm speaking in Common as a gnome, and then I transition into speaking in Gnomish with certain words because I'm frustrated or something, right? Like things like that. I would love to do more easily, but that's hard.
That's hard.
Yeah, that's incredibly hard for me to do because I'm not fluent in that kind of
Gnomish.
In Gnomish or in any other language, right? So, and not to say that you need to be in order to do that. It's just something that I can't wrap my head around, and that's one of my reasons why I can't.
Sounds like cope to me.
That's right. Okay. So, but that's a way that you can employ language a bit more as well, is trying to inject those words in places where it's like, this isn't technically the first language of this person that you're talking to. Potentially you could inject these words when they get, flustered, frustrated, whatever the fuck. So that it can seem like, oh yeah, they also know this other language that they can switch to. Yeah, I don't know. The other thing being, like, in situations where the players are in places where a predominant language is different than Common, you should make it so that there is a language barrier to a degree, right? You don't want to make it frustrating, but you do want to at least show them that, yes, not everybody is going to understand you necessarily, unless, like, they're in an area that is taking on that responsibility of being more of, like, either a touristy or a more receptive area to outsiders, you know? I don't know. Language is one of those ones that's just kind of hard, I think. Let's see. Full shirt, holding my world building gulp. But I do have different cultures in it. True. I can barely get English right, so I might not have others I might not have others talking other things for a while. Maybe someday. Yeah, exactly. Fair enough. Right. You're good. Don't worry about it. Humans are pretty generic. Hey, you said it, not me. Well, you know. Hello, entropy. We are.
We're fucking boring.
True.
We don't even have claws.
That's right.
I mean, we do, but they're bitch made.
That's right. Do Tabaxi have their own words?
They have a style of speaking.
Yes.
I don't think they have their own language.
I don't think they have their own language. I could be wrong on that.
Yeah.
I know some words in Japanese, but nowhere near good enough to use it. Right, exactly.
Yeah, basically, I only know enough words to watch hentai. I mean, anime.
to be cultured is what you mean.
Yeah,
yes,
yeah, there we go.
There you go. So, hello, Shin. Yeah. So it's again, it's great to have it be a part of your game. Absolutely great. But don't be too...
Don't fucking worry that much if you don't have it.
Exactly. Because it's a difficult thing to do, for sure.
It is.
Trust me. The second thing I'm going to talk about is ignoring environmental impacts. If you have a forest in your world that has been completely overrun by some sort of dark entity, or maybe an army of spiders or drow, how would that affect the ecosystem within that forest, and how does that then affect the areas surrounding it? What if there's a town nearby that forest that was depending on the wood or the resources inside that forest to create their trade goods? How would all of that trickle down? How would that town not being able to access those resources affect not only them, but affect the towns outside their borders and just a few miles away? And how would all of that start to really affect the world? You also want to think about how having humans or any other race in the area using those resources, how would the consequences of that activity affect the environment? I'm talking about things like deforestation or pollution, disrupting the ecosystem. All of these things.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Welcome.
I'm not. Oh, that's why I can hear this call. Give me one. Well, actually, you don't need to give me any time. I just need to switch this over so I can hear the watch together.
Yes. Welcome. We are looking over some world building mistakes that people commonly just do inherently.
Oh.
The first one has been cultural diversity not being more than a monoculture of the English kind of medieval thing, you know?
Yeah, kitchen sink fantasy.
Exactly. So it's just, we talked about, some of the ways that we've diversified our culture bases for each of the different races, and then how language is hard to necessarily, or not necessarily, how language is a bit difficult to incorporate as an interjection of different words when you're talking to a character that might be somewhat bilingual, and how utilizing language to make it a little bit of a speed bump sometimes in interacting with towns can help make it feel like the world isn't necessarily just only speaking common, you know? If you have anything else that you're thinking as well.
Yeah, so that's something I've actually recently been struggling with.
Yeah.
The orcs in my setting are based off of Mongol culture.
Okay, cool.
They are seen as barbarians by most of the world, and they were kind of shoved into one little corner of the continent. But orcs aren't really barbarians, it's just their emotions are heightened. They feel like regular emotions, on a scale about 4 to 5 times as strong as we would.
Jesus.
And because of that, when they get angry, they get fucking pissed. And they also worship the god of war and storms and stuff. But anyway, they're based off of Mongol culture, because the corner of the continent that they were shoved to is not one that's good for growing crops. So they have a primarily meat-based diet.
Gotcha.
Meats, cheeses, creams, stuff like that.
Yeah.
any vegetables that they get are from raiding nearby villages.
Yeah.
And one of the things that I've been struggling with is I was like, orcs would probably have a lot of bards.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Because like they feel emotions stronger, like stories of heroism of past generations or of love or whatever. So one of the things I've been having a struggle with is like, I'm going to have to develop a language so that I can develop songs. And also orcs in my setting are primarily usually not schooled in the magical arts as much.
Right.
Because most like societies see them as like a step above beasts.
Right.
So why would they know much common?
Yes. Very true.
And that's something where I've been just kind of ruminating on that for the past like couple weeks.
Yeah, I get you for sure.
You got to be careful with the orc bards because if they feel emotions 5 times as much as we do, be very careful about a horny orc bard.
Lust isn't an emotion, but whatever. Like
not with that attitude.
That's true. But yeah, no, that's works in my setting.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, it's language is one of those things. Like I was saying before, it's difficult. It's definitely difficult to incorporate in a really believable and I guess important quote unquote way. Not necessarily important, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. In my I just wanted to add, in my last campaign, I had a character who was he was half orc stats wise. To make it a bit friendlier for this setting, I was like maybe quarter orc. But I am totally fine with him knowing both human or both common and orcish.
Yeah.
And I was anticipating arcs of the campaign that would take them into orc country.
Gotcha.
And he would act as a translator.
Oh, there you go. I have the former Crackle Kingdom. Oh, also forgot to do this like a bastard.
Thank you.
Yes. The formal Crackle Kingdom got wiped out by Lich and demons, and now the land is up for sale to the highest bidder. That's true. We'll get to the actual environmental kind of stuff in a second here. But Timothy says hi, Aiden Senpai.
Hello, Timothy.
And Draco Kraken says, Aiden, if you don't want to write words, remember many early cultures use chants and hums or non-lyrical singing.
Yes.
And especially if they're Mongolian, you can, Mongolian, you could do like throat singing.
Yeah. So there is actually, and I will link it to you guys as well. There is a band that does Mongolian throat singing incorporated into rock.
Oh, cool.
They're called the Hue or the Who. I don't really know how to pronounce it. It's just HU.
Okay, cool. Draco Kraken immediately put the Who. There you go.
Yeah. The Legend of Mother Swan was I will copy this. You all in the YouTube chat will have to like search for it yourself.
Yes. Apparently Timothy also knows them. There you go. Wow.
Yeah, no, they're super good.
I will check that out later.
Yeah, I am seeing them in concert later this year.
Oh, cool. Nice.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. There's some inspiration. Anyway, we are on environmental impacts. Let's just let him finish his point.
Things happen in our own world. So why would they not happen in a world that has things as powerful as magic or mythical creatures or crazy wars or powerful artifacts or dark forests? All of these things would have extreme environmental impacts, and in order for your world to feel real, you want to make sure that you're thinking about that. And in a lot of ways, that's part of what makes world building so fun, is thinking of those little nuances.
Yeah, okay. So we've talked about this before, in fact, during that Baron de Rop video, that logistics logistics is kind of a part of this in the sense of how is the environment, like how are the people of your world exploiting the environment, basically. If you got forests, there could be logging, or they could be hunting or utilizing them for, depending on if they have fruits, orchards, like cultivating them in some ways, or they could be protecting them, somehow so that, they aren't actually letting logging happen, like. And then there's mines, obviously, many precious metals or non-precious metals that are being used for industry. And then finding out, okay, now that they have this, who do they sell it to? Do they have people that are trying to be competitors to it? Is there tension on ownership? Is there local druids who might not be so cool about them exploiting the natural resources in this way? Do the gods or spirits or whatever that might be over this land, do they also not appreciate it? Do they send people to try to stop this? Or is there some sort of deal that's been going on? There's so many intricacies that we can pull out of just a resource nearby a town, that we can then shape a lot of what they do because of it. It's really cool.
Yeah.
Do that. It'll really flesh it out. Really, really flesh out your world building. For sure.
So make sure you're doing it. Now, number 3, one of the biggest mistakes that I see all the time is oversimplifying conflict. So many DMs present conflict as simply black and white, and that there's clear-cut heroes and clear-cut villains. Really, all that is doing when you present things in such a black and white manner, what you're doing is creating predictable and unengaging storytelling. By failing to explore the complexities and nuances of different factions and their motivations, you're just creating shallow conflict dynamics, and it's going to turn your table into a quick hack-and-slash sort of combat system. If that's what you want, that's totally fine. But if you're here watching this video, it's because you're trying to take your world building to the next level, and so you really need to think about why your villains are doing the things that they are. Why are your heroes doing the things that they are? What would happen to the story if they simply did not do those things? By thinking about what motivates every single piece, every moving piece in your world, you're creating much more dynamic conflict, and conflict is the essence of all storytelling. Without conflict, all we're doing is watching reality TV. The 4th mistake that
So oh my god, my cats are literally climbing on corpse. Neat. That's new. Give me a second. You speak amongst yourselves, obviously, for this.
Yeah. Admittedly, now that I think about it, the primary source of conflict in the world as a whole is there's an expansionist empire, and I'm like, I don't really know if they have a motivation they absolutely do. Unification. Yeah, peace through unification.
That always works.
Bring law to people. Yeah. No, never mind. Cancel that.
Okay. I do want to point at this. Sometimes a clear good versus bad story can be engaging. Often bad nuance muddles the conflict to the point of confusion. Yes. It's nuance is one of those things that you really hope for it in certain circumstances, but a clear-cut good versus bad story is totally something that can be engaging for sure.
Yeah. Not to mention, I've said it before, also in the podcast before, where sometimes it is nice to just have a simple villain. Not everybody has to be this 10-dimensional character.
Sure.
It is nice to occasionally just point to these guys and be like, yeah, these guys are bad. They are in this story, they are the irredeemably evil bad guys. Go fuck them up. Sometimes it is nice to just have that, because nowadays in storytelling and movies and TV shows, basically every single villain is this like 10-dimensional character that you have to feel sorry for, and you gotta think about it and yada yada yada.
They're supposed to be.
Yeah,
that's the thing.
Exactly.
Right.
They are supposed to be like that, but sometimes it is nice to not have that and to just keep it simple sometimes.
Exactly.
Not all the time, obviously. It is a good thing if you're able to do that, and it like that can make up for a much deeper character, but you don't have to beat yourself up if you don't do that.
Exactly. I think I will take the Star Wars example. It's an easy one to do. The Emperor is a bad guy.
Yes.
The heroes are good guys. You know?
Yes.
Darth Vader is the bad guy turned good guy at the end. But
until that point, everybody is very, very vanilla.
Well, yeah. They have more to them, but it's not more in the sense of being shades of gray necessarily, right? It is more just more in-depth how they would react to situations.
Yes.
So it's an easy one to kind of point to. This is good versus evil. And I'm talking about the originals. Don't get me confused, of course. The originals are very good versus evil.
We're not talking about the blue milk?
No. The good versus evil, it is the way that it is. And is it simple? Yes. Is it like oversimplified? No. Is it a good setup? I think so, and I think it works out pretty well. Not my thing, but it is something that I can point to and say this is fine. This is a good thing. But if you want to challenge yourself, and obviously I endorse if you want to challenge yourself creatively. If you want to make villains that are more than just being the bad guy, then absolutely have it so that they have their motivations that are good to them, really, you know, and that they are trying to fix a problem the only way that they know how. I can point to another example in comics. You have someone like Doctor Doom. Doctor Doom is an evil motherfucker. He's a bad guy. But he does everything that he can do for his people, for his country, to make it so that they are okay.
And they fucking adore him.
Exactly. You can obviously point to a certain funny mustache man as a equivalent in some circumstances, though he's not very funny. No. But he was definitely doing things for a reason that he thought was good. But at the end of the day, that one wasn't really that good at all.
Yeah, it wasn't really. So one of my all-time favorite games is Tales of the Abyss, and you have a party of 6 characters, and on the other side, you have 6 bad guys who are all directly related to and are foils to the main characters. Every single one of them is very, very in-depth, and they all have their own motivations and their own unique shit. And it's fucking incredible when you get to those moments where you finally figure out what their actual deal is. It's just super, super cool to explore, like, what they did and why they did it and yada, yada, yada. It's really good. Go on. Yeah, like, if you feel like you're up to it, definitely do it. It's really cool.
And of course, it's one of those things that if you don't do it well the first time, that doesn't mean you should stop trying. You just need to find ways to improve, obviously. You get your criticisms from sources that you trust, / outside sources that have opinions that you can at least respect. And are able to challenge you, right? And that you will allow to challenge you, right? Because you don't want an echo chamber, obviously.
Fuck those. Echo chambers are fun while you're in them, but once you're out, you'll know why they are. You'll never want to go back in.
If you can notice.
Not like this podcast.
Yeah, no.
But yeah, so it's and I want to reinforce
I read all the time. What are you talking
about?
Yeah,
I know. I want to reinforce the bad nuance muddies the conflict to the point of confusion. That is true. It can, like, when you notice it and when you go, oh, they really are just trying to make me believe X about character when character is clearly just Y, you know?
Yes.
With everything that they do, actions, dialogue, everything, they are just telling me that they are actually X every time that I see them for some reason, like out loud to me, to my face. The writer is going, but actually my character is deep.
Hi, My Hero Academia.
Yes, so that kind of stuff will really absolutely just make it tank immediately. It's unfortunate.
Yes.
So this is why what is it? Your review system should have people that are going to actually give it to you straight. For certain. But yeah, so with that in mind, kind of bringing it a little bit more towards like more of a world building sense, having your, let's say, wars that can happen in your world that are fought for reasons that seem black and white to those who are outside of it, but those who are in charge had to make sure that they had calculated, you know, many different circumstances so that it could be the most black and white thing possible, so that it could be the most beneficial to the peoples that they represent, will help you with kind of building that nuance for it. Each of the choices of, even with the exploitation of resources, having it be, well, yes, we need trees. We need to get the wood to make the things so that we can continue to live in this area. You know, that's a very simple reason for sure. But then you can obviously go, okay, we need the trees, but the trees are also like housing all of the wildlife and also the druids that are over there. We need the trees. Let's try to talk to the druids and see if we can come to an agreement. Oh, our negotiations failed. We need the trees, though. We really need the trees. So then it starts a whole thing. Like, you can have it be that it's black and white. It became something that was more complex, but then it had to resort to something that was, oh, we really need the thing, though. Sorry, you're fucked, you know, in this decision.
And a good way to inject a bit of nuance into something that is black and white, that's like really, really simple, is say you have this nation who basically will use the trees again as an example. They tried to be, you know, maybe they didn't even do any negotiations. They didn't give a shit about the druids. But what they did was, instead of making it that simple from the outset, you make it so that the people are like, oh man, those druids are bastards because the government told us so.
Yeah.
So then you have the government being like, you know, they're doing like false flags on almost.
Propaganda.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Alternatively, have the have negotiations with the druids partially succeed in that the druids are like, hey, you can't cut down this forest, but you can cut down like this like couple acre stretch because those trees are pricks.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. Yeah, there's many ways to go about it, but what it means is that there are many ways to enhance your world building, right? So just take whatever you want to do. Let's see. Okay, so many things. Wolf Totem is the song I mostly know from.
Yeah, Wolf Totem's pretty good.
There you go. I've liked what I've heard of them. Apparently Shin has also. There you go. Everybody seems to have, except for me.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I haven't either.
Okay.
I would additionally recommend their songs Shook Shook and UAUAU.
Okay. I try to make the conflict more complex, but I guess that it's up to the people reading. The whole Alabaster family drama is something I'm trying to do well. Well, so there is a certain amount of interpretation, right? Like, you're writing down what you want to be there, and however somebody takes it is however they're going to take it, right? But you can still have the building blocks there that people can recognize when they actually dig into it to go, oh, there's complexity here. You know, that is something that can be core to it that you don't have to rely on interpretation for. Anyway, you expand in 4X games, so you don't start a turn and see a massive empire suddenly on your border while you only have one city. All the motivation you really need. True. Also, have a complex bad guy. Having a complex bad guy doesn't automatically mean your players will care either. Very true. Yeah. Yes. If they don't find the information that actually adds to the complexity, or they don't care about the information that adds to the complexity, it just won't. And that's also fine, right? It's just, you have it there, and honestly, for you, I would say, that's great. Anyway. I try to make it so the people reading can pick who they think the bad guys and good guys are to them personally. Oh, okay. Yeah, fair enough. Sure. When Entropy says 4X games, she means real life. True. I hope the Cornell versus Talathorn conflict comes across like that. I guess so. It really depends, I guess, because I would need to know more about, like, why Cornell is doing the things that he's doing, I guess, in the sense of trying to ascend. Because if it's just to conquer everything and have everything be basically his horde, then it's like, oh, okay, you know? If he wants to do it for the welfare of everybody, that's at least something more, you know? I'm misremembering and I don't remember his actual reasoning for it. But yeah. Sometimes you can openly try to make a character a bad guy and someone who plays your game will still make a religion out of them. True.
Look at real world serial killers.
I really don't want much in my world to be overly black and white. It's less predictable to me that way. Yes. And yes, rebelling is fun. Not gonna lie, as someone whose degree was Earth/space science, I don't trust most people to properly balance environmental impact in world building. I'd rather just suspend disbelief. That's absolutely fair.
Yeah.
Sometimes warfare is part of negotiations. Yes. A continuation of politics by other means. True. All right. Let's see.
That I see happen a lot is neglecting everyday life. If you focus solely on epic quests and these grand adventures without considering the everyday lives of the common folk who inhabit your world, you are not creating a fully realized world for your players. Make sure that you don't overlook the importance of mundane activities such as trade or agriculture or social interactions, which add such a huge level of depth and realism to your world. So think about what people are doing in their everyday lives, think about what the commoners are doing, what they have to go through, and try to sprinkle a little bit of that into your storytelling, because ultimately, by sprinkling a little bit of that into it, you're actually helping show off your own players a little bit more by showing them how far above the norm they are. And the more you do this and the higher levels they get, the more grand they're going to feel, the more heroic, the more epic that their story is going to feel compared to everybody else's. But it is also in turn going to make your world feel more real and more relatable. Now,
I can't say I've ever actually thought of it that way. That's a great way to think of that.
It is.
Yeah. That's pretty good.
Yeah. It's kind of like how okay. I like to do sandbox things. And I like to make it so that these things are basically I want to find out what your characters want to do with their day to day. We started doing that with Vampire. you'll see that in a future thing, everybody. Don't worry. The first thing has been recorded, and I'm actually going to work on it tomorrow for the table flippers, so you can see that. So you can see some of the stuff that went on before it's all set up. But the day-to-day thing is an incredible aspect, because when you involve the day-to-day peasantry, then it really does make it so that they matter. You know? Because, I mean, maybe this is just me, but in my day-to-day, I interact with only a certain amount of people, and everybody else in the world is not necessarily, like, on my radar.
Yeah.
You know? And they do exist, I know they're there, but until, like, I see a face and have a name, it's not really that...
They're an NPC.
They are. That's just how it works.
Yeah.
And actually,
I think
like,
in order to be a well-adjusted human being, that's kind of how it has to be.
Well, yeah, if I really was keeping track of everybody in the world, it would be incredibly crazy. But
yeah,
at the same time, in your games, you give special spotlights to certain NPCs who are the, I guess, not archetypes, but they are the ones who will represent the common people, you know? Doing quests for them, just fixing, like, mundane problems that might then turn into things that are tied into main quests or other quests that might lead to optional rewards or something that will then make the main quest more easy for your players or whatever, or just getting favors or prestige or reputation, whatever you want to call it. It all can, like, both matter as a resource, I guess, that the players can exploit, but also give them that other point of view. Because, hell, they might go out there and let's think. What's a good double-edged sword here? Of, like, they take something out, but taking that kind of out does make the common people suffer, you know? So maybe, okay, how about we have some sort of city that has a more corrupt law enforcement? Crazy, I know. Nothing could ever be like
I've
that.
I've never heard of that. How could that be?
Never could exist.
Police can't do illegal things.
That's illegal. So they have a more corrupt law enforcement system. And what's been happening is that the corrupt, the more corrupt seem to be targeted by an assassin, hey? And the PCs are hired to stop the assassin. They find the assassin, they take the assassin out, and the assassin is then done away with, however means they are done away with. And ultimately, that assassin was technically helping the people at large, because the ones that he's been killing have been incredibly horrible to the community of people that they are supposed to protect. They're being bribed by the criminal elements to allow them to summon things into being and have them harass the town while they steal from people or something. You know, they're just being pricks to a giant degree, and it's at least been giving them a little bit of relief as more of them are taken out. So then, well, that's unfortunate. I did my job, but also, maybe there's a little more that I could do, you know? You could have some kind of situation like that, I guess.
Yeah.
To really give them a, yes, you are doing technically your job, but also, the little man can't do things because the little man is a farmer. What are they going to do? Take their rake and farm? Exactly. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah. No good guys in Dragon's Own history, kind of like real life. True. Bad guys versus worse guys. There you go. Making it a part of his horde was where he started, but the more time passed and Veronica's influence is slowly making him see things in a deeper way. Okay. I guess the more that you put into the... Oh, and at first he treated the subjects well for the same reasons any other dragon wouldn't mindlessly smash his horde, but after being king, he started to actually care more. Okay. I do remember him saying something to those effects. I guess I have to see it more, because he can say it all he wants, but I need to see him actually doing more in that respect, you know? Show don't tell. It's the classic. Basically.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that.
Yep. And so the evil overlord defeated the other evil overlord, and the land rejoiced. Overlords can't do illegal things. I am the law. Yes.
Yeah.
True. Anyway. Okay.
Fifth mistake that I see happening all the time is glossing over history. If you provide a shallow or generic history that lacks depth, then you're going to fail to connect your players to the present world and its conflicts that they're going through now. Don't neglect to include those significant historical events or those historic figures that shaped the current world or the state of the world that you have in your game right now. You are missing an opportunity for intriguing lore, I promise you. I mean, just think about how much has happened in our own world in the last 1,000 years. 1,000 years ago, we were living in the Dark Ages, and 1,000 years ago, not a lot is known about that time. There's a lot of history that was lost. There's a reason it's called the Dark Ages. So think about that, and if you are creating a world in which nothing has changed, and you're talking about a war that happened 3,000 years ago, and it's still the exact same world, you are not taking into account how history actually works. So create a more in-depth history, create cultures that shift from one time to another, show off how all of these crazy things that happen in your history actually impact the history, and creating cultures that are affected by those histories, and creating a world that moves and is shaped by the different going-ons. You're adding such a deep level of lore to your world, and honestly, every player loves lore. So the more you can sprinkle in that history and think about how it affects everything that's happening to your characters and your players right now, that is going to level up your game 100 times.
Aiden, would you like to do the honors?
Burden me not with your lore, Alejo.
There we go.
No, it's true.
So you can. You don't have to.
Yes.
Because the thing is, you could totally have it set up where, well, not much has happened in this world, but that's what you're here for.
Sure.
You are gonna make history.
Sure. Yeah. The history is there more for the dungeon master, I think.
Yeah.
It can be there for the players too, obviously, because you're creating it so that it can be explored if it's part of the world. And if there is a need for history to be relevant to whatever they're doing, right? Because with some research, they might find historical evidence that they need to figure out a puzzle or find a specific object or yada, yada, yada. You can have history there so that it doesn't just seem like you read a book, this is where it is. No, you read a book, it passed through hands, being used this way, blah, 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 ooh, and then it got sealed away in this crypt. Ooh, there it is. Like, it makes it so that it is more aggrandized, and it makes it feel more like a quest, really. The something like, what is it? Utilizing things like what I like to utilize folkloric entities in my Delta Green games. And thus, if you were to do something like a history or something like any sort of academic check to try to find out things about these, slash occult checks to find out more things about these entities, I will give you what I can based off of actual historical stuff, slash bastardizations of historical stuff as well. Because we have that as a resource that we can utilize, so I've utilized it for a couple of things now, which has been super fun. And whether or not it, is something that is recognized is not necessarily something that I need, but I will smile if it is. You know, specifically, actually, I do have an example of this, because you, Boo, you actually recognized the Agui that you guys had fought, except you didn't know it by that name.
Yeah, I knew it as a whole different name.
Yeah, exactly. It was a thing that you recognized because of the way that I described it and everything. And that was like, oh, okay, yeah, this is like a thing that people actually do know, and it made me smile. But
yeah,
it's not something that I expect, because in the same respect, I can also point to you and go, the Dogman, you had no idea what that was about at all.
Yeah, because I am very unfamiliar with random urban legends from Minnesota.
Yes, Michigan.
Michigan, that's it.
/ actually, it's now all over the country. There's so many people are like,
I didn't actually know that.
Yeah, it's a whole thing. Sometimes it's either Dogman or it's Bigfoot. Who knows? But yeah, it's anyway. So I can point to both kind of things as examples. But again, the history and stuff is there for me to utilize, and then for you to find out if you should choose to / dig into it more. And the same can be said for any sort of world in general.
When I tend to work with history, I usually have it be the type of thing where, let's see, how do I say it? The events that you are taking part in most likely have some form of history to them. And so if you decide to look into that history, you can look into it more, or you can learn more about it. I tend to use history less as a backdrop and more as a resource for the players to use.
Yeah.
Because I'm not Tolkien. I'm not going to go in and make like 5,000 years of history for my world. That's just not going to happen.
Right. But no one's expecting it as well.
History is most effective when you have player buy-in.
Yes.
Like, otherwise, like, think of, to even borrow the words of the video, think of everything that's happened over 1,000 years. Do you know it all? Yeah, well, now you have to make it.
Yeah.
Like, 1,000 years of history is a lot of fucking history. Hell, 2 years of history is a lot of fucking history if you're, like, if you have fucking everything. So my lore goes back 4,000 years. Like, canonically, there's probably 5 major events.
Yeah.
I would recommend start small and then work your way, like, so pick like an expansive time, however many years, and then slowly just keep chipping away at it. Like, oh, I have nothing to actively create this week as a world creator. Fuck it, I'll create a war, maybe a conspiracy, maybe this, maybe that, and just keep kind of plugging away at it.
Yeah, that's a good way to do it, for sure. Let's see. I would feel like history is the easiest for world building nerds. Yes.
Yes.
The Dark Ages are only dark because of that camera filter they use. True. I have a bit more lore about how Cornell got his axe that shows more of that, but I still need to transfer it over. Okay, cool. Yeah, no worries. Wish I was less lazy. No, you're good. Don't worry about it. And sadly, I have never had a player be interested in my lore.
Ouch.
Sad. Sad cry.
Those players are out there. You'll find them.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'll admit that Skyrim has a lot of books in it that I never read. That's true, but there is a video out there for you.
Then you should watch the Unraveled on him reading all the books in Skyrim.
Yes. It
was a great video.
It is funny.
There's a couple good ones. I forget their name. Give me a minute. The rest are all trash. I've read them all.
There you go.
You fucking nerd. And yeah, that's basically what he found too.
Yep.
That like the majority of them are shit, and there's like 5 good ones.
Yep.
Yeah, like I think there was like 3 that were like notable as like, oh, a good book.
Yeah, yeah. There's something to be said for not filling everything out so you can have space to make things up when someone's actually running a game. True.
Yes.
Plugging away is what I do. There you go. Yeah, yeah, because like what Aiden was saying, you pick a specific like couple of years basically. That's all the history that I necessarily wanted to do for my fantasy world. That's already done basically. I can add to it more if I need to, but the majority of the history is like what Boo said, the things that the players are going to be there to do, you know, after the fact, because the major events are there to set up this world that then they have to interact with. And then if I fast forward in time, we see the ripples of that effect.
Beggar Prince. Beggar Prince is a fantastic one.
Yep,
I remember
that was a good one.
That was being talked about. I'll get Shin to read The Lusty Argonian Maid someday. There you go. Anyway.
Lusty Argonian Maid is fucking hilarious.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Now, the 6th mistake that I see happening all the time is having an underdeveloped geography. If you're not creating a diverse or believable geography, and by that I mean a world, you're going to get a lack of variety. You're going to get landscapes and regions that all feel or look the same. You're also overlooking the impact that geography has on culture and on trade routes and conflict dynamics, right? I remember I took a history class and my teacher showed us how there's a specific region in the Swiss Alps. This single mountain range has multiple different languages being spoken in it simply because of the way the mountain divided the various countries. You can actually follow the path that the mountain creates, and it sectioned off each of the cultures so much so that each area within this small radius around this mountain range spoke a different language because they had no contact with each other for such a long time, simply because there was a mountain range there. And also, I'm not a historian, and I could be completely wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure I remember that correctly, so don't come at me. But what I'm saying is, you want to think about how a mountain range or a river that divides a country, or having an ocean that separates your countries, how all of those little things, those geographical differences, can actually create varying cultures. Think about how different the Americas were at the same time as Europe was when they discovered each other, how those cultures were so completely different only because they had never discovered each other because of a single ocean. So throw in a little variety into your geography.
Okay, that's a bit disingenuous to say it that way, because they weren't so different because of the ocean. They were different because of the animals that they had. And I know that sounds really weird, but think of it this way.
Yeah.
In Europe and the East, they had cows, they had pigs, they had horses, they had sheep, they had there was one other one. There was another big like breadbasket style animal that all of those were tameable. Now, think of
chickens.
Chickens.
Yes, chickens. I'm sorry. Yes, chickens. Now, tell me off the top of your head, what large animals did they have tamed in in North America and South America as well?
Horses?
They were tamed, but yeah.
Horses.
They had horses.
No, they did not have horses. Horses were brought across by Spaniards.
Wait, really?
Yes, horses did not exist in North America or South America.
That's true.
Wait, really? I didn't know that.
Yes, that is absolutely true.
Oh.
They weren't tamed, but a very common breadbasket animal was buffalo. But that's only in the
they were not.
But they weren't tamed.
They were not tamed. We barely have them tamed now.
Well, yeah.
Now, you can hunt them, sure, but you can, back then, when you just have a couple friends, maybe a bow and arrow and a spear, you're not taming a buffalo.
Right.
Oh, no, like, I'm not talking taming. I'm talking, like, if we're talking just breadbasket animals, like...
Oh, okay, yeah.
The Native Americans had hunting buffalo down pretty much to a science.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, that's fair. But the difference with that is the fact that in Europe, you had cows, which were fully tamed and could be bred and farmed for food. And so when you have that when you have those types of advantages like animals and stuff, your culture develops in entirely different ways.
It is true.
Because you have more food to provide for people, and food is just easier to come by. With more people comes more ideas, more inventions, more progress. You see where it goes. Oh, and by the way, the answer to my question previously, llamas.
Oh, yes. Yeah, that's right. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Just llamas.
Yeah,
now, there may have also been chickens. I'm pretty sure that there were, but yeah, the big one was llamas.
Right.
And a llama is not a cow,
No.
sheep, chicken, or pig.
No, you're right.
So minor pushback on your idea, Boo, about the animals being the primary reason instead of the ocean. Why not both?
Yeah.
It can be. It totally is both.
Yeah.
But that is also a major factor.
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
I feel like, well, at this point we might get to animals potentially. Because so far it's just been yes. But
right.
For now, absolutely, geography is the next step of like, oh, what is the terrain? Because at that point, once you discover what the terrain is, then you go, oh, okay, what lives in the terrain? You know, because that then will make them understand what the food supply is going to be like, if it's primarily hunter-gatherer, or if it is taming and animal husbandry, is the proper term.
No, if you've played Ark, it's taming.
Yes, I know.
But another one I forgot, I apologize, goats.
Oh, yes.
We have goats in South America and North America, but the ones we have are mountain goats. Good luck chasing one of those down.
Yeah, true.
Anyway, go on.
So something I wanted to really quickly bring up about the importance of terrain, specifically of mountains within world building. Just to point to an example of how you can use this in your world building by using my world. The expansionist empire, like the Rundarian Empire, as they were going south, there was one big country called Rain, Raine. And as the empire pushed downward, they cleaved the country in half. In current day, there is the two countries of Westerain, all one word, and Eastrain, two words. Westerain was able to maintain like eking out its existence through political alliances. Because like the elves were nearby and the elves were really magically powerful. And Eastrain was able to continue its existence because it was sheltered by a very tall mountain range. It's called the Spine of the World. No, it's not the Throat of the World reference. No, I'm not a hack.
I didn't say anything.
But the largest of the mountains is called Windy Peak Mountain, and dwarves live in Windy Peak Mountain. And taking Windy Peak Mountain would be so fucking costly in terms of resources that the Rundarian Empire just said, "Fuck it, like they can stay there. We'll deal with them later." And that is how there is today the existence of an entire country thanks to one mountain's worth of dwarves.
Nice.
Gotcha. Yeah. Very good.
Are there Skaven underneath them?
Skaven do not exist in my world, but like they really should.
I mean, you could always make them exist.
Yes. No, I'm planning stuff out right now. I have a literal god of disease.
Hey.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Nice.
Just a little ocean. That's all. Just a little ocean. True.
Yeah,
True. Just a little. Just a little. There were no horses in North America post Ice Bridge to pre-Spain. Also, evolutionarily speaking, the greatest force of change in a population or culture is isolationism. Okay.
Honestly, that's pretty true now that you think about it.
Yeah. There are no cats in America either. A mouse taught me that. True. I I have that for the Moon Valley Kingdom, with it sitting in a huge valley with mountains on all sides, making it hard to attack but easy to cut off supplies to the kingdom if you block the choke points. There you go. Yeah. If you're going for realism and world building, entropy's screwed. Anime logic is a natural force.
I know I've got one place in my world that is, it's near a city called Automatown. And to the east of it, it is a volcano that's somewhat dormant. It's kind of like, imagine the volcanoes in Hawaii, where they don't so much as do full-on eruptions as they do just kind of, lava occasionally. It's kind of like that.
Little parts.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. And it's called the Flaring Rise, and it's not like a typical hellscape volcano area like you would see in like maybe a Monster Hunter game. It's actually what is it? Oh, I forget the term for what the area looks like, but basically it is a massive field and plains of geysers and mud. So it's like kind of like a boiling dead swamp kind of place. And it's called the Geyser Lands. And what I did was, to the east of that mountain and the Geyser Lands is this valley where the wind and the cool air of the forest east of this valley mixes in with the steam and the hot air from the geyser lands, and it all condenses into like a near perpetual fog. And the valley, I think it's like Cloudwalk Valley or Cloudfall Valley, where it's just perpetually foggy just because of the way the airs commingle.
Nice. Very cool.
I just kind of wanted to share that.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I would react. I'm just like looking through the lore of every book in Skyrim and like trying to find stuff that picked out. Or
yeah, no, you're good.
Yeah.
I guess I kind of just realized that was just out of nowhere, and it didn't really apply.
No, you're right. No, you're not. I mean, no, you're right. You're good, because it does kind of apply, because we're talking about the terrain and stuff.
Geography, I guess. Yeah.
Wasn't going to think of Throat of the World. I wouldn't have thought of the Spine of the World in Faerun. Also from someone who studied a lot of geology, mountains are at their tallest right after uplifting, rivers meander and connect, and many deserts are created by mountain rain shadows. True. Fun fact, shield volcanoes, the Hawaii ones, are that way because the silicone content of the lava is low, so its fluid and gas is allowed to escape. Also, that lava is called Pahoho?
Pahoho?
I don't know, but yes.
That's not that funny.
Oh. But yeah, so, ultimately, the whole point is make your world look cool, but actually making it realistic enough to have impact on cultures and why they would settle in certain places, and what the hardships and the advantages of settling in certain places are.
All as flat land. Think of it as three-dimensional, rising and falling, hills, mountains.
Oh, pronounced pahoihoi. Gotcha. Okay. That's why I was figuring that I was saying it wrong. So, thank you.
Valleys, rivers, creeks, ponds, lakes, all of these things are going to add a huge level of depth, and if you take that into account and then think about how those different things affect the cultures that are settled in that area, you are going to create a much more realistic world. The seventh mistake that I see DMs making all the time is stereotyping races and species. If you want your world to stand out and you want it to be something that goes beyond what is typical fantasy, stop falling into the same stereotypes when you're portraying different races and species. What I'm talking about here is the tall golden-haired elf, or the ugly bent-over tusk-having orcs. Think about how you can inject your own spin on a race or
So what you're telling me is that
species.
I can make my orcs like super hot?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Indeed.
I've already done that with goblins in my head. It won't be hard to
make them
more.
hearts.
It's true.
or how you can create your own. And what you're really doing is you're creating an opportunity for yourself to
spooky.
become memorable to your players and for you to create unique, recognizable characters that your players are never going to forget. So if you really want to take your world building to new heights, I would say just try to think about those stereotypes that you might be falling into and what you can do to just add a little twist. Now, and
okay. That one's pretty simple. I think we all take whatever, like, it's not a bad idea to do stereotypical fantasy races. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, because they're stereotypes for a reason.
Sure, yeah. And like,
or I suppose maybe not saying stereotypes for a reason, more saying they're tropes for a reason.
Right, exactly, yeah. Tropiness, trope does not equal bad. That's something that seems to be a something that people are trying to make be a thing, which is annoying because you can have tropes exist. There are some that are, more played out, more seen, all that kind of stuff. And some can get a little tiresome, but that doesn't mean that they are necessarily a bad thing. That's just a preference thing at the end of the day, if they prefer that kind of trope being there or not. But if you do want to, as he said, stand out, moving away from that and just making things the way that you want them to be, and then figuring out, how that really shapes what these people look like, really. Physicality is something that you can utilize to really change how a race of people will act culturally. Using physicality to explain how culture is developed in certain ways is an incredible tool, I think, because it really can say, like, oh, they are lacking in a certain area, so what would they do to either fix that for themselves, like find a way to overcome that certain lacking, or how do they adapt so that even though they lack something, they can still survive, such as you have gnomes. Let's go with gnomes. They're small. They're really small. One of the smallest of peoples in our fantasy worlds, usually. How does that affect them? Well, they are less threatening because they are small. If you wanted to have gnomes be more of a warlike tribal kind of thing, you could make it so that
just thinking of that.
You could make it so that they use numbers to instead of just physicality themselves for each individual. They then have a group of them so that when they charge you and there's 100 of them against like 10 of you, it's probably gonna do something. Yeah, it's just how do they make up for what they lack, or how do they adapt to utilize what they lack and still survive? It's just,
and I think it goes
questions like that.
Sorry.
No, go on.
I think it can go even further beyond that, because one of my none of you have played this game. I'm calling it right now. There's a game that I really enjoyed called Of Orcs and Men.
I have played it.
Fuck off! God damn it!
Of course I've played it. Come on.
And you have all you own Steam. It's cool.
I do. Yeah.
But one of the things that I really loved about Of Orcs and Men was their portrayal of orcs.
Yes.
Because Aiden, I know that you haven't played it now because, well, you didn't say you played it. You only said you heard of it. So fuck you. But what they did was, in this world, orcs are fucking huge, and they are monstrous. Like, when I say huge, you know how the orcs in Lord of the Rings are basically, like, slightly larger or sometimes smaller than, like, men?
Yes.
Are we talking, like, 40k orcs?
No, I'm talking Lord of the Rings orcs. They're usually small.
I'm talking about in size.
No, bigger.
Oh, okay. So
in Lord of the Rings, the trolls. I'm sorry. You know the trolls?
There you go. Yes.
Yeah.
They're about as big as trolls. Every orc is as big as a troll.
There you go.
Okay.
They're fucking huge, but they're really dumb and very, very brutish.
Yes.
And because of that, they all got either hunted down and killed, or they got enslaved, and they're used as like menial laborers. And so I just really like taking a race that's usually like one size and making them really way different. Or also doing something where, you know, a race is almost always really really dumb and really kind of weak, and then making them stronger. That was actually something that I did in the first campaign that I ever ran for my brother and a pair of his friends. Where, if you've ever heard of the game 99 Nights, or N3...
I do know of that.
Yeah. There are goblins in that game, but they are very, very agile and dangerous and like really strong. So what I did was I had goblins and hobgoblins in my world, and I was having a goblin like mage kidnap elves and magically like fuse the goblin with the elf body, so it got that like really lithe, powerful body, and they were starting to cause like they were really bad. They were super dangerous. And
you just told me about 99 Nights. That's right. I remember.
I
this
did,
now.
yes, because I was the only one that knew about that game, because it was like no one fucking played.
Yeah,
that game.
That one was a really obscure one for sure.
Yeah, but I've always remembered those goblins, and I thought they were the coolest shit ever.
Hey, really quick, quick tangent. Here is a book from Morrowind. It's called ABCs for Barbarians. I would recommend you check it out.
Awesome.
There's also one in Skyrim. I think it's Something's Guide to Lockpicking, or A Thief's Guide to Lockpicking, or something like that.
Yes.
It ends really funny, because it's like, some thieves can't read. If you can't read, have someone read this book to you.
Nice.
It's very funny.
That's good.
I just like the ABCs for Barbarians because the only letters it contains are A, B, and C.
Nice.
Very
A is
good.
for Atronach, B is for Bungler's Bane, C is for Conberry, and that's the book.
Nice.
That's so good.
That's really good.
Jeez.
That's kind of adorable, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh god. Anyway.
Also, I have to go pick up some laundry. I will be right back.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Let's see.
Take an established race and just make it something wildly different.
Yeah, exactly. Make it your own in whatever way you wish.
Take gnolls. They're always hyena people. Why not make a subset of gnolls and make them like, I don't know, maned wolves?
Sure.
That would be really cool.
Yeah, why not?
Or what was it? There's a wolf that eats there is a wolf that eats ants.
I don't know.
Oh, it's an aardwolf. That's it.
Mm.
They're really fucking weird looking.
Okay.
And they're really unique.
There you go. Let's see. Maybe sometimes the nature deity just wants there to be a desert. True. Most of the valley itself is in the main city and a few wooded areas. Cornell had to set up more farmland outside of the mountain range after taking it in battle due to a lack of space. When the population grew. Gotcha. Yeah, if you have gods who are real in your world, you can kind of just do what you want. That is also true. Yes. Boo, the internet has taught me that there are plenty of hot orcs.
Yeah, no, I know.
That's true.
I'm just saying, like, most of the time in the D&D world, they aren't.
Hello, RDX. Welcome. Tropes can make it easier to get everyone on the same page without having to reinvent the wheel for every setting, especially when you're writing a story and you don't want to info dump too much. Yes, very true. Give them giant mechs. Yeah, give the gnomes giant mechs. Exactly. That's how they do it for sure. Well, that's how so literally you can then, if you want your setting to be more sci-fi, slash transfer from go Starfinder basically. You can then say the gnomes in that setting are like, hey, fuck it, let's get really good at building shit. They build a bunch of shit, and then, you know, eventually it leads to them building mechs because fucking they gotta beat up all the other races. It's fine. whatever. Everybody else is going to have mechs, I promise. Except what happens is they become the mech builders of the entire universe. Ooh,
yes.
There you go. And they start selling them to people.
Yeah,
but they have to custom make them for each of the people because they are just made for gnomes. So
and then now you've got basically a Mechanicus situation going on where they may be weak, but without them, you've got no firepower.
Yes.
So don't fuck with them.
Exactly. Let's see. Plus, Cornell's needed to set up trade deals to bring in different metals, since the only metal in their mountains is large amounts of iron. Oh. Dude, I've tried to play a Knoll 3 times, but the game never went past session 1. Damn.
Oof. I've also tried to play a Knoll fuck.
I made a Tiefling Dragonborn, and she takes mostly features from her Tiefling side, but she is she has very Gore Magala dragon features.
Gore Magala.
Oh, Gore Magala. Okay. Dragon
from,
features.
Monster Hunter.
Gotcha. Like her horns are emotive feelers. Cool.
Oh, neat.
That is cool. Yeah. Do it. Steam-powered barrel mechs. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, dude.
All right.
The 8th mistake that I see happening a lot is not having any consequences to history. Now, we talked about not having enough history or glossing over history, but what about the consequences of history? I did touch on this a little bit, but if you are ignoring the long-term consequences of historical events on societies, I'm talking about things like traumatic events or prejudices or power dynamics, then you're failing to explore how this historical conflict and the decisions that are made out of those conflicts continue to shape the present world. And by doing that, all you're doing is limiting the depth and realism to your world. How has the fall of the Soviet Union 30 years ago affected the world today? You could argue that it's affected it a lot, but that was only 30 years ago. Now imagine the small things that have happened in our history that got us to this point. What about the scientific revolution or the Dark Ages? What about the Reformation? What about the end of slavery? All of these things affected our world so much and has created such a layer of depth to our own world. So you really want to think about how history has impacted us and how you can mimic that same level of impact in your world. And that is going to be such a huge difference when it comes to your storytelling. Now, the 9th...
Yeah.
Yes.
Historical consequences should be prevalent. The reason why there is an uneasy truce between the races in my world is because of the event that spawned the evil gods, basically. A big bad thing happen, make everybody go, ooh, oh, we
not fight right now.
Maybe we stop fighting for now, but in the secret shadows, we actually still wage our secret wars.
Yeah, we still have our Cold War going on.
Exactly. So, that's why the landscape is the way that it is. But, you know, constantly being berated by the things that the evil gods are like, but, what if I whispered to this guy and he's like, ooh, but I could do this and it could give me more power? Ooh. And I can do that for like getting more stuff for my family? Ooh. You know, like things like that.
All it'll take me is my soul? I'm not even doing anything with it.
That's fine. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, in general, obviously, consequences should be applicable because it's not just like, oh, we had a big war. The drow and the gnomes, they had this big war, and down in the depths, you know, in the Underdark, and when you have a gnome come down, it's fine. Yeah, don't worry about it. But no, what should be happening is, ooh, those drow don't like that gnome. Ooh, that gnome don't like those drow, potentially, if he's a part of that culture, because he could be a completely different gnome and not know anything about it, and then go down and get really harassed by a drow, and then imprisoned for no reason, and then go, what the fuck is going on? And then he gets, you know,
this is some bullshit.
Yeah, and then they go, you're a fucking gnome, and he goes, I don't even know what that means in this context, and then he gets a history lesson, and then, you know, maybe he could be the one gnome that like befriends one drow, and then you have like, you know, a
and
little.
Then you
bit
have
of
Drizzt.
Yeah, well, no, I wasn't gonna say that. I was just gonna say then you have like one drow who's like, okay, this gnome, fine. Rest of the gnomes, not so sure though.
Fuck them.
Right? So you can have some stories there if you want.
I mean, I guess.
I mean, it's potentially. I mean, you don't need to, I guess. I had an idea for tabaxi where they gain weight really easily. I got that from fat house cats, but they can also lose weight just as fast as long as they move at all. Fair enough.
I like that.
so I can imagine there being like, you know, some that are just huge that get to the point that they just can't move. So they're just like, meh. Why not?
And then here's the other thing you can do with that. In olden days, fat people were like the leaders, usually.
Exactly.
Because they were wealthy enough to afford all the food.
Exactly.
If you want a modern example, hilariously, look at North Korea. And I'm not joking. Because if you ever see videos of people from North Korea, they're not like skeletons or anything, but not a single one of them is even remotely overweight, except for the supreme leader, who is a chunky little guy.
And he's allowed to be.
Yes. Yep. He is the one who gets all the food.
Exactly.
Or all the good food, anyway.
Right. I had a cool ass moment in D&D today where my ranger took a crit and lived with 1 HP, and then he took an arrow from his shoulder and shot it back at his shooter, and 1 crit hit him back. Dude,
nice.
That's sick.
Very good.
Very good. Very, very good. Pizza Funk. Back in my day, fat people were hot. Random Dark Age dude. True.
The mistake that I see happening a lot, and this one really gets me, is neglecting the impact of magic on society. You guys, if there was magic in the world, things would be so different. You wouldn't need so many of the amenities that we have.
Oh, it was the crit arrow that he took and then shot back. So the one that he got shot with.
Yeah, he yanked it out of his own shoulder.
That's very good.
That's fucking metal.
I like that a lot.
Yeah.
Only one fat person in the whole country. That's right.
Yep.
Today. If you are playing or DMing a high-level magic world, then you need to be thinking about how having so much access to magic is going to affect society, how it's going to affect governments, how it's going to affect the economy, or even daily life. If you're not considering that stuff and the implications having access to powerful magic would have on the power dynamics of everyday life, you're missing out, because having access to powerful magic is going to create power imbalances, and it's going to alter the different groups of people that have access to that. So think about how having magic would really affect your world, and that can be a lot of fun. In my own world in Maladea, magic has sort of died out, and what that has done is created a world that's very similar to ours, of course with its own little twists and nuances, but the world that used to exist before the Eldari or the elves passed away or passed into song or legend was very different. The world that existed under their reign, the technology levels were much higher, without giving away too much, but think about how having access to powerful magic like that would create much stronger societies or stronger powers, and how you might have multiple governments vying for power because all 3 of them have access to some of the highest level magic or have learned to harness it the most. So consider that when you're DMing your next game.
Magic is a whole thing, to be fair.
Yeah,
like
it really is.
It's
complicated.
It is. It's such a problem.
Yeah, but it's also super fun to work with.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's so fun.
A pretty easy way to do it, and this is how I did it.
Sure.
In my world, it's high magic, and in the area that I've actually written, it's all like one kingdom on a continent, just to keep things pretty simple, because it was the first like full continent I had ever actually designed. And the way it works is the majority of the magic that affects society is done with like permanency, and it's really only in a few cities, because most of the other cities just don't really need it based on their location and their population. But there is a town, it's the main capital city, called Falrora City. And it is set into the side of a mountain, and there are waterfalls coming down from behind where the castle is set into the mountain. So the water flows through the through some channels inside like the throne room and shit, and it flows down and out of the royal quarter into the city proper, where there are more channels and, it flows throughout the city. In those channels, there are these iron rods that are stuck into these channels, and cast on these iron rods are permanency and I think it's called cleanse food and drink.
Yes.
I think it is.
Yes,
basically,
so.
all of the water that's flowing through the city is fully drinkable, and anybody can take it. And anyone can drink it. And it is always perfectly clean and safe to drink. No matter what gets dropped in there, if it is like refuse or whatever, it gets either purified and destroyed, like if it's just dirt, it just gets destroyed. Or if it's something that is more substantial, like let's say a coin, it stays there, but it is like fully cleaned by the spell.
Yeah.
So that makes it so that even in the poor quarter, of the city, all the people are very healthy and pretty happy, despite their lower income and the fact that they're, they can't afford like the super duper luxuries. But hey, they always have access to clean food and water, and the government doesn't even need to like provide it. It's just there. Another example of this is, what was it? Oh, I forget. Actually, I think I kind of forget in terms. Oh, no, I remember. In like more of the developed cities, there are a lot of the spell teleportation circle.
Yes. Yeah.
And teleportation circle is the one where if you cast it there every day for a year, it becomes permanent.
Yeah.
So a lot of the cities have permanent teleportation circles active.
Yeah.
And they're not usually available to every single person. You have to get like a special permission to use it.
Yes.
And then you're vetted on the other side. So that way, in
Checkpoints.
case you're like a criminal or something, you can't just use it to escape, whatever.
Yeah. Makes sense.
And then the whole harvest festival that I talked about with enlarge, reduce, and permanency on crops for giants.
That's right.
Those are the main ones that I do.
Yeah.
And those ones are really simple.
Yeah.
Really simple.
For sure. Yeah, it's I want to say Draco Kraken was saying that's the whole point why I don't really like the existence of magic in Starfinder or Shadowrun. And that is fair. I understand that perspective. I don't mind it at all, really. I think that magic coexisting with technology is a whole thing just because it's just another form of it, really, at the end of the day. It's just another thing to utilize, because you can have it so that magic and technology can clash and one can, overpower another, and they're constantly making things so that they can do that. You get a lot of innovation due to that conflict. And I think that, I don't know, it makes sense to me that, especially for something like Starfinder as well, if like you go across the galaxy, the universe, and there are places that actually have access to magic, right? And then, you just have to kind of deal with it. It doesn't mean that they're like unkillable necessarily,
Yeah, they're not. No.
Nothing's unkillable, really, as long as you try hard enough. But obviously, there's the there's some magics that can influence the mind. Ooh, so like negotiations might be a thing, right? That you might have more of a hesitancy for because that guy might be influencing my mind somehow. Something like that. But at the same time, when you do have magic in your setting, it's just something you kind of have to always keep in your brain for like every situation.
Yeah, because it always, you can fall into the why are we not using magic for this, or why are they not using magic for this,
which can make it so that if you are doing a high fantasy, high magic system kind of campaign, making it so everyone has access to at least cantrips would make sense. in the sense of like, if everybody's doing it, you would at least learn some of it so that you could at least stay on task and stay on par with people / be able to do things in an efficient way. And what does that do to change the landscape of like, how do people farm now? Do they utilize magic more so? Eberron does this in their book, where there are people who literally do like low-level magic just part of their daily jobs, because it's one of those things that like it's so prevalent and easy. Why not? A cantrip, I can just say like a couple words, do a little wave of my hand, and it costs me very little to nothing. And then I can just
now
go.
Your shirt's clean.
And now my shirt's clean. So now I have a laundry business that I use, that I've made, right? Like, you can utilize it to then make these more quote-unquote modern amenities for your setting if you want to. If not, then you have to then think of reasons as to why magic would be more guarded in its ways. Is it then more taught by wizard to wizard, really? By those with magical talent to those with magical talent? Is it something that people go out to seek? Is it something that is just inherently born with, and they can't, like, for those who are born with it, is it not something that can be taught easily? You know, like, you have to then come up with these reasons so that it isn't just, well, why isn't everyone doing it? You know?
Yeah.
/ put in danger to magic, right? Like, making it so that magic doesn't necessarily interact in such a way that it's, I cast the spell, it does the spell. You do something like, you know, your, what the fuck are they called? You know, the systems where if you were to cast it, it doesn't necessarily work exactly that way, or it could have some sort of negative feedback of some aspect. Oh, goodness.
I am back.
Yeah.
What are we talking about aside from passing on magic?
Magic influencing your world, basically. And how it is a thing. It's just a thing that you really need to keep a track of and figure out as to its place. If you're utilizing magic, because it could be high or low, or it could be non-existent, potentially, right? But if it is something that's high magic, then it's like, okay, you know, is it looked upon as being a good thing? Is it looked upon as being a curse? Is it looked upon as being something that, you who are, the magic people, are you in more of a position of power, like via, actual office, you know, because you got magic, you fucking, I put you in charge because you can do things, you know, like, there are many ways that you can do it. But you really, again, have to think about it while you're world building and go, what is the reason why it is being used here / isn't being used here?
Something to also consider when world building is, if magic exists, then people who can work with magic, like, and do artificery probably also exist.
Yes.
Maybe make a few cool things.
Yeah.
And have them reflective of, like, themes that you want to hammer home.
Yeah.
For example, in my world, there are these beacons that you can place down that will catch objects that are traveling of a sufficient speed. And they will block projectiles like arrows, or like maybe 1 or 2 boulders at most.
Right.
Huh?
I said right. Go on.
Yeah. So, like, I like to have a big wartime aesthetic. Maybe consider what aesthetics you want to hammer home and make something reflective of them.
And then obviously we then have every single culture is going to be influenced by that, because magic is one of those things that it just will.
It will.
Again, it is a problem. Magic is a problem. It just is. You gotta take it into account.
Yep.
Well, you see, the Mages Union has some concerns about this. We're gonna have to push this back 2 weeks until we have an understanding. Wizard rep talking to the governor. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Bureaucracy. The ultimate magic. Every Felker I can do cantrip.
Necromancy? Nah, brother. Bureaucracy.
Yeah, god damn it.
Every Felker I can do cantrip level magic. That's one reason why it'd be hard to balance it into D&D. That's fair. I thought it would be cool if tabaxis were kind of like fish, where they could be as big as they want with no long-term health issues besides mobility and stamina problems. Fair enough. Oh, I forgot to read. Part of that idea was the heaviest humanoid in history was a tabaxi, 2,500 pounds, or 2,500 pounds, and they did it on purpose just to have the title. Fair enough. That's cool. But yeah. Anyway,
the 10th mistake that I see happening.
The only other mistake, quote unquote, that you missed was he was just going on again about history and having it actually influence things rather than not because he talked about not having a good history, then just saying the consequences of history is something that people also don't do. Which, fair enough, I guess.
Yeah, I also just wanted to say with the biggest tabaxi ever. I'm imagining my 2,500 pound life.
Yeah.
All the time is failing to explore cultural interactions. If you have a culture on this side of the ocean and a culture on the other side of the ocean and they collide, you have such an opportunity for rich storytelling and world building. Think about when Columbus and the conquistadors and all of the explorers of the 14th, 15th, and 16th centuries started going out and seeing the oceans. Think about how those powers met and the exchanges that were had, how some of them were probably incredibly tense and some of them were very fearful. Think about how different cultures and different societies will interact with each other, because through that you can create such a powerful cultural exchange. You can create fusion between cultures or tension that occurs when diverse groups come into contact with each other, right? As we've seen in our own world. So if you're not exploring cultural interactions enough, you are missing out on one of the biggest sources of conflict and tension in your story. And the last mistake, the biggest mistake...
Yes.
Yeah, right. Jeez. Going really fast.
No, I'm appreciative of it because he's just giving you the information. He's not doing it in a way that you can't understand as well, which is nice.
Yeah, it's true.
But the obviously having the interactions there, that's kind of a part of what we were talking about with logistics, and resources. But it is more than that. It is like the developments of one culture can bleed over into others. Hell, fucking Civ the game. If you go for culture victory, they're getting their blue jeans from you in every other other culture. Their music and everything. You know, like actually that's another thing. Like the music, the invention, the clothing, you just have so much opportunity here that you can work with. Again, it is a lot. It is definitely complicated, but if you want to do it, you have so much of an opportunity to, because what happens when two different peoples are settling near each other enough that they then have to trade with each other? What are they trading? Are they also trading more than just what they need? Do they also trade what they want? You know? Desire is an influence for sure. Oh, look at you. You've got such cool patterns on your clothing. I want some like that. Who makes that? Oh, that person over there. Yeah. And then brings it home, and then everybody goes, "Wow, what's that?" Or, "Oh, hate that." You know, like, or you have a mixture, and then, you know, you start having these people going, "Oh, I don't know if we should be allowing them to change the way that our people are because of what they're wearing and all that kind of stuff. You know, what does that say for all of these people? And then you have the other ones who are going, oh, I love it. We should really be inspired and make more that are kind of like this and see if we can, you know, emulate and then, you know, teach them how we make our clothes. Like, you have all this ripe opportunity, basically.
Yeah, like, you can absolutely develop a space where, like, one country or one tribe may trade sheep to another tribe who gives them back wool, and
true.
patterns it. Maybe, and then also going off your idea, Alejo, maybe some people go like, oh, wow, I really love that design. Maybe they say, oh, wow, I really hate that design so much that I want to go to war with the country who made it.
Exactly. Exactly. Again, so many opportunities for you to do whatever. It's great.
I see happen, especially with new dungeon masters who are doing a homebrew thing. It happened to me. You're thinking way too much about history, right? I talked about not having it enough, but what about doing it too much? If you're getting lost in the details of this ancient history that you created in your world, well, you might be working a little too hard. How much do you know about what happened 1,000 years ago? How much do you know about what happened 500 years ago or 100 years ago? You are the commoner in this world, right? Unless you are some incredibly special person that is listening to this video, the chances are you are just an average Joe like everybody else listening to these videos, and you need to consider that what you know about history is about as much as somebody in your world might know, or less if public education isn't something that you have in your world. So don't get lost in the details, because you're probably not going to need most of them. And if you are focusing excessively on distant historical events that have no relevance to the current campaign, then your players are not going to enjoy that as much. So think about how history has affected your world, yes, but don't think about it too much that you're constantly trying to drop lore instead of focusing on the story that you're creating with your characters and your players. So these are 11 mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, that's just, in general, really, don't do it to the point that it's just, like, too much, in any respect, for any of your world building, because it can really bog you down. And
don't
it
get
can
lost in the sauce.
Burn you the fuck out. Yeah, exactly.
I probably should have mentioned this caveat / disclaimer earlier, but when I mentioned, like, if you have nothing else to do when creating your world, just like one weekend, like, maybe make a historical event here or there. The reason I said, like, if you have nothing else to do is because I wanted to emphasize that it is bottom of the barrel in terms of priority. Like, yeah, sure, if your players go like, oh, wow, I'm really interested in, like, the lore of this one country specifically for some reason, that you will have lore there that is available to them.
I hear you. Hang on. Oh, there we go. Hello. Now I can hear you.
Hello.
Okay. That was weird. Go on.
Do you want me to repeat my point?
Yeah, if your players are interested in is where I stopped hearing you.
Okay. Yeah, if your players are specifically like, oh wow, I'm interested in this one country specifically for some reason, then yeah, develop that lore so that you have it on hand. But, like, develop that lore knowing that you will probably never share this.
Yeah.
Do not get so, like, invested to and married to your world lore that, like, an interaction with a random baker then devolves down this rabbit hole of, 2,000 years ago, the Great Blank Empire did this. And your players are there like, dude, I just wanted pastries.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, too fucking bad.
Yeah.
History lesson.
I moonlight as a history teacher, sorry.
That is burdening them with lore.
It is, yeah,
Yes.
for sure. Yeah. Let's just finish it out. Here we go.
Mistakes that I see happen all the time with new dungeon masters and even experienced dungeon masters. So I hope this helped a little bit to get your gears turning and help you create a much more believable world the next time you sit at your table. If you think that you have other tips for creating a more vibrant or immersive and engaging world for your players, then leave them down in the comments below. As always, thank you guys so much for watching. Forge on, my friends, and we'll see you next time, adventurers.
Cool.
was a pretty good video.
Yeah, that was a
not
very
bad.
good video, I would say.
Yeah,
I would
fantastic. One might even say.
I would absolutely go, hey, you want to have some world building tips? Here, watch this video. Because that really does go over some good stuff. It's not, in depth, but it is enough to get your brain turning, for sure.
Yeah, he fleshes out the points enough so that you can get the gist of what he's talking about before immediately going on to the next point, which might be ironic that I so appreciate brevity. Especially on this podcast.
I was going to say, don't worry, it took us 2 hours to go through that 13-minute video, so pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good. But yes, good shit. Good video indeed. Introducing Succubi to Japan was a pretty big hit. True.
Yeah, it was. Introducing Succubi to anywhere.
Also, really quick before we get too far from the topic of this past video, something to consider also with blending of cultures is what sort of foods arise.
Yes, true.
Like, look at countries surrounding like Italy and France in Europe. And look how influential how they cook has like spread to other areas.
Yeah.
There's a reason why fancy cooking is literally called cuisine, which is a French word.
Yeah.
There's a reason why the French Holy Trinity, mirepoix, is used in a lot of cultures. Like, well, granted, once you go into the fucking Cajun cuisine, have their own Holy Trinity.
Right, exactly.
Sichuan cuisine has its own. But like either way, blending of foods, like food blends just as much as languages.
Yes, very true.
If not more so.
I would say more so for sure. Honestly.
So yes, also consider that in your world.
Yes, I hadn't even thought of that. Good fucking point. All right. I guess humans want a culture victory on Inklings even after already being extinct. Yes. Maybe other people research tabaxi biology to find out why their bodies work like that. Yeah, there you go. There's something. Nah, no Italian dish made it here, says Pizza Funk. True. All right.
Look at how influential French and Italian cuisine has been on surrounding countries, and then take note of the lack of British cuisine.
Yeah. Indeed.
True. All right. Well, let's move on to the next one. This is about video games, boys. Video games. Wow.
Video games?
Whoa. Video games. This is 10 things RPGs need to stop doing immediately.
Oh, this is Gamer Ranks. Okay.
Yeah, brought to us by Gamer Ranks. I've never heard of this person, but apparently they're very popular.
This is like a whole thing.
It's a company.
It is.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Well, this is 8 million subscribers. Okay, yeah, fair enough, I guess.
Yeah.
But never heard of this channel. Just saw the video and went, oh, I'll save this for later. And that was like
that's
3 years ago, I think.
That is crazy that you've never even heard of them.
Never heard of them.
Oh, Boo, what's the channel that does like all the shitty Watch Mojo?
Yeah, that's Watch Mojo.
I do know them.
They're kind of like Watch Mojo.
Oh, no. Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Well, I picked a good one.
We'll see how this goes. It'll have high production values, but the actual intelligence on display might be scuffed.
Oh, no. Okay, well, here we go. So these are apparently 10 things that RPGs need to stop doing.
Role-playing games allow us to inhabit characters with a level of detail most games don't let us. But sometimes, they don't make them right. Starting off with number 10, when there's no way to skip cutscenes or advanced text boxes automatically. So RPGs are a wide-ranging and varied genre, but one constant in all of them is the cutscene. Even if they're short, if you're playing an RPG, 9 times out of 10 there's gonna be cutscenes, and more often than not, there's gonna be a few pretty long ones. games. And even if they don't have full-blown cutscenes in them, there's going to be at least a lot of dialogue. Like, a good story is really important for a great RPG, but if you're playing through the game a second or third time and you just don't care, then being forced to
that's you might not, but okay, yeah, go on.
watch the sometimes extremely long cutscenes can be a big chore. It's especially bad when you die right after a cutscene and you're forced to watch it again because you can only save before the cutscene starts. It's something that, I mean, it's not inherent to every single cutscene, but sometimes that's how the chips fall. And it's definitely less of an issue with modern games. Like, most RPGs nowadays give you some way to skip cutscenes now, but there's still a lot of games that don't. And while it's not quite as annoying as not being able to skip cutscenes, the fact that many RPGs don't give you the option to automatically advance text boxes can be really annoying. The only input you've got during these scenes is just press X to go to the next text box, and these things can go on for a really long time if you're playing a really long-winded RPG. It's just a game forcing you to keep your hand on the controller, even though you're pretty much doing nothing. A lot of RPGs...
Oh, no.
Okay, all right, okay, I just need... Okay. Hey!
Yeah, right.
Okay. So, okay, I just want to point out a few things. Firstly, in the today now times, a lot of, as has even said himself, a lot of RPGs don't do this anymore. So already we've kind of stopped the problem, I guess, quote unquote.
Yeah. So
secondarily, can't press buttons too much. Don't do that. Don't do that.
We wouldn't want to have stick drift.
Now, I will say, to at least give him a little bit of an olive branch, say, yes, in cases where I've died a few times before a cutscene, or, sorry, after a cutscene, and it doesn't let me skip the cutscene, yeah, it's a little, it gets me a little ticked sometimes. I gotta watch this cutscene again. Third time, I gotta watch this cutscene again. Fifth time, I gotta watch this cutscene again. Okay, like, yeah. It happens, but it's not like the worst thing in the world. I don't think that it's to the point where I would call for it to need to be abolished.
Yeah.
It's nice that it is. When it is, if those certain circumstances are put into place.
Yeah.
But only if those certain circumstances are put into place.
Timothy said, yeah, this is I'm doing this for a paycheck voice.
It really is, dude.
Yes, you're right. Yep, that's right. Already this guy voice rubs me the wrong way. Something about the tone. Yes, as soon as he started talking, I went...
Yeah,
I will say
it's a bad voice.
That is a good fucking roast there. Honestly, I love it.
Yeah, and, yeah, like the way you pointed that out, and the fact that the video title is "They need to stop doing it." We've stopped doing it a long time ago.
It's been a little bit. Yeah.
Not to mention, almost all games that have text boxes have settings where you're like, how fast did the text progress?
Also true.
So that way, if you're playing a Pokemon game, you don't have to make the text advance and then skip.
Yeah, it can be instant.
Skip past the box.
Yeah.
It's just the text is there immediately, and you instantly skip it. Hell, that was there even in Tales of Symphonia on the fucking GameCube.
Yeah.
That shit's been there a long time. I don't know what this guy's talking about.
I mean, there are plenty that I can, at least in my brain, think of situations. I can't remember specific games, but there are plenty of situations where this has been the case, for sure. But again, I've never found it, at least personally, I've never found skipping through dialogue boxes to be a chore,
Yeah, no, it's
because,
really...
Yeah, it literally just will go,
click, done.
And then I'm through it if it allows me to. If it doesn't, then there's a different story, of course. But again, like I said, specific circumstances, and usually older games.
The most egregious example of unskippable like dialogue cutscenes that I can think of is the Pokemon games.
Yeah.
but like, granted, that's because I play through each generation of Pokemon games like 3 times.
There you go.
Because I have certain catch quotas.
Yep.
Yeah.
This man has a living dex.
That's
Pity
right.
him.
Oh no! Don't do what I did.
Yeah, no, that's why I'm saying pity him. Don't do it.
But what was I gonna say? Yeah, when I'm going through and I'm just like mashing A, I'm typically like checking my phone or watching a YouTube video or spending my attention elsewhere.
Yeah.
It really like does not matter.
Yeah,
Like,
that's actually a great point as well. If you are replaying the game sometime, and hell, even when you're playing the game for the first time these days, sometimes you're doing more than one thing, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I am usually playing something and listening to something in the background, unless I really want to pay full attention to the game, you know? And then I'm playing the game. But,
Yeah.
in this day and age, and even before this day and age, really, there was a lot of stuff that you could do in the background as well, just at the quote-unquote boring parts, I suppose. But I guess, again, it really comes down to, like, preference in this case. I don't think, again, that this is something that is egregious.
Yeah, it's not.
So, okay, thank you.
By the way, actually, Aiden, speaking of Pokemon, did you hear that Game Freak is hiring like 300 people?
Oh, wow.
I did not.
Yeah, they're hiring on every single level.
Wow.
And one of the fucking categories that they were hiring for was battle design.
Oh,
like battle system design.
Okay.
So I'm pretty sure Power World slapped Nintendo in the dick hard enough to get them to be like, yeah, maybe we should try next time.
We're gonna get a Pokemon game with AK-47s.
No.
That would be funny.
I'm actually really excited for what they do with Pokemon Legends ZA or whatever it was called.
Yeah, ZA. Although it's already slated for release in, I believe, February of next year.
Oh.
Okay.
So I doubt much. Yeah, I doubt much change will happen for ZA.
Okay.
That's a shame.
Although, you know, kind of actually looking forward to ZA because
that one seems super interesting. It all takes place in like
Lumio City.
Yeah. It all takes place in Pokemon Paris.
Yeah. Oh, I played that one.
Yeah, from Gen 6.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, so it's all in the city.
It's a Legends game in Lumio City.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So that'll be really neat because you might go into like sewers and stuff. The trailer for the game had a Gyarados swimming in like a canal in the city.
Ooh.
I'd love to see like a city form of something.
Okay.
Yeah. It'll just be interesting to see what Pokemon they actually toss in there. Because, like, it's a fully urban environment. I wonder what they'd have in there.
I am really intrigued by, so Legends games have, like, regional variants of Pokemon. One of these starters is Chikorita.
Ooh.
And I would really like to see a Chikorita version that's not useless.
Oh, Chikorita's great.
Dude, she's super cute. I love her visual design. Oh my god. Stats wise, but just math wise, she's fucking useless.
Well, isn't Chikorita and Meganium, that whole line is just like a wall.
They're a wall, but they're a bad wall.
Oh, that's a shame.
They're oh my god. They have one of the worst types for a wall too, which is grass.
Yeah, that's fair.
Let's see.
I still love my leafy dinosaur though. Love it.
No, I love the like visual design behind Meganium. I have a ball that I caught in a friend ball, or a shiny Chikorita that I caught in a I believe it was a level ball because
nice.
like the shiny Meganium is yellow and red.
Yep. Actually, one other thing, sorry, before we get back to the video.
Yeah.
If you love the visual design of Meganium, you should definitely look at the Meganium that you take pictures of and snap to. It's so gorgeous.
I need to play Snap. Oh man.
Snap 2 and
Yeah.
Snap are so good, dude.
Yeah, well, I played Snap. Sorry, I mean Snap 2. Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah,
I
no,
need
Snap 2 is really good.
That's one that I still haven't bought for myself.
The games never really appealed to me.
That's fair.
That's fair.
Absolutely
you don't
fair.
have to play it, but you should definitely look at it. It's super pretty because
Yeah,
it's
no,
just a
looking at it
Meganium
now.
wandering
Oh my
around at
God.
night in a field.
Yeah, see that? It's fucking glowing.
Oh,
beautiful.
I gotta get that. Fuck.
Yeah, dude. I hope
Oh
you'll
my
be able to
God.
stream it.
Oh, I
God.
can. Yeah, I've got a thing to do it with. So
Yes.
it'll just take at least 3 hours to set up and figure out how to work properly.
Yeah.
You know how it goes.
And then the other one that's super cool is you go to a volcano where there's lots of dinosaurs and you find a Monferno getting chased around and playing with a Tyrantrum.
Cool.
And so
Okay.
he's like pissing off the Tyrantrum and
Yeah.
being like, an annoying monkey.
Yeah.
You see him roar all over the place. There's Aerodactyls flying around.
Cool.
It's really cool.
Okay.
Alejo,
Yeah.
I got you. Here's a couple photos of the Meganium.
Ooh. Oh yeah. Oh, that's so good.
So basically in that game, you're investigating a particular kind of Pokemon. They're called, I forget what they're called, but they're rare Pokemon that like react to a crystal that's found only on the island. And there are like 6 or 7 different radiant Pokemon, I'll call them.
Okay.
And Meganium is the first one.
Gotcha. Okay, cool.
Yeah. It's super cool.
All right.
Dude, holy shit. Meganium is so fucking big compared to that Eevee in the
Yeah,
set, man.
dude.
Meganiums are huge.
Meganiums are huge.
Yeah.
And also, when you go through areas multiple times, there are different Pokemon.
Oh, cool.
So as basically you're going through, you're taking pictures and you're gaining score by submitting
Yeah, of
the
course.
best photos you have.
Yeah.
And then
This looks like a good
as
one.
your score goes up and you start, getting higher levels in that area,
Yeah.
the area Pokemon that are present change. And you
That's
can start
cool.
to see different events.
Okay. Yeah, I've had it on my
Yeah.
wish list for a while. I just haven't gotten it yet.
It's really cool.
Yeah. Anyway, other things about this. I can think of a few particularly grievous offenders with cutscenes, but yeah, they're all pretty old actually. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Nowadays you can fast forward with emulators. Also true.
Mm-hmm.
About time they hire people at Game Freak. I think it's too late for ZA. Yes, it is. Next release, we'll see about the new people, the new blood. We'll see if
I
they
hope.
do something new. We'll see.
Mm-hmm.
Just give you the option of auto advance.
I forgot what his voice sounded like, and then I started hearing it again. Jesus Christ. Anyway.
So it only makes the ones that don't do this stand out all the more these days. There's really no reason not to have these basic features appear in an RPG anymore, and it totally sucks when they're not there. At number 9 is boring, forced grinding sections with no way to speed anything up. This is an issue that has plagued RPGs since the very beginning of the genre, and the fact that it's still an issue makes it seem like it's probably always going to be a problem.
Well, okay, so first off, you use the word boring, which I then go subjective.
Yeah, not all grinding is boring.
No.
Hi, Monster Hunter.
Yeah, Monster Hunter is a good one. I personally don't mind grinding all the time. It's one of those things that I can just do. And it doesn't really I don't need to pay attention as well usually when I'm grinding.
Yeah.
So I can be watching a video at the same time and just doing the grind thing, and then because there what is it? .hack .gu.
So GU was the one with Haseo. Is that the one you're
I think so. Hold on, it's in my library. It's the bundled, or not the bundle, the many games that were remastered for Steam.
Oh yes. .hack GU last recode.
Yes, yeah, all that kind of stuff. I have to replay them because I lost all of my data, which made me really upset. Because I was getting all the achievements and I had gotten them all. But it's kind of a blessing in disguise because I didn't do in the first game. You need to get all of the see all of the monsters so that you can see all of the monsters in the next game and the next game, and there's a succession of them. And I didn't do that in the first one, and then I found out that I needed to do that, and I went, "Oh, I'm in the third game. Fuck."
Yikes.
But grinding in that game, I would just go around until I found the thing that I needed to find, and then, you know, leave and go back, and I would be watching videos at the same time, like, and also to grind for the levels and stuff. It doesn't really need you to grind super hard, actually. Like, it's just,
it really doesn't.
It's
plus,
as you're playing,
dude. Grinding in that game for me was fun.
Oh yeah, it's fun.
Dude, the Rengekis are so fun to
do.
Yeah,
it's really fun. The dungeons themselves are fun to do. Like, I just liked how that game played.
It's a fun game.
Yeah,
it's a great series.
Which
it's a shame it's like done.
Yeah, so
I miss it.
I'll get back to that at some point for sure.
Just don't play the original 4. Those ones are actually like.
I'm only gonna play the ones that I have because they're the only ones that are available on Steam, and I don't feel like.
And I'll tell you that about even like 10 years ago or so, the 4th game cost me like $150.
Okay.
Nope.
Yeah,
it's very expensive.
Yeah, it's classic gaming. It's a market that is being exploited. Anyway, so stuff like that, doing it in Pokemon never really bothered me. Doing it for Final Fantasy never really bothered me. But that's just me, because I'm fine with doing, you know, some mundane tasks every now and then, right?
Dude, I fought 43 Rathians before I got a Ruby.
That's right.
Get fucked. Get fucked.
So, again, it's just, when you say it's boring, it's like, yes, it can be to some people, absolutely. But I don't know, what do you, like, the auto battle feature from, like, the newer Pokemon games that I've seen, I look at that and I go, oh, okay, so what's the point of me being there?
Fighting.
You know, yeah, like
that's true.
Like,
actually.
if I could just send, like, it then becomes a different game to me. It becomes a management game where I am then sending out my troops to go and do the battles and get the experience and stuff to come back so that we can then face the major threat. You know, like, it's one of those games where I'm watching a bar progress instead of, which I also enjoy, but it's not what I'm there for something like that kind of game, right? So I don't know. It's, I guess, hit me with a better point to your argument.
I feel like in general, like on this podcast, we see so many statements that like could be addended with "for me,"
yes,
or "for you,"
yes.
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
Because so much of these hobbies are subjective.
Yes, it's unfortunate that it's then paraded as the truth that everyone must follow. You know.
Yeah.
So is this still from Armored Core? Armored Core, rather.
I think so.
You know what we're talking about here, though. You're playing a game.
This is Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah, this is Final Fantasy VII.
Before, I don't know. I'll bring it back. Is that?
Yeah.
That looks like it. That mech body looks like it.
No, this is.
Oh wait, no, that's the new 7.
It's a Oh, is that new 7? I thought that was
It looks like Cloud.
No, that says Noctis.
No.
That's 14 or not 14, 13. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
I thought Noctis was 15.
Or is it 15? I don't, dude.
No, we don't play Final Fantasy.
Oh yeah, 13 was Lightning. Sorry, 14 is Noctis.
Yeah,
yes.
Noctis
God.
15.
Yep. All right, sorry, 15. Ah!
It's Final Fantasy.
It is the newer-ish one. Anyway,
makes it seem like it's probably always going to be
Final
a problem.
Fantasy.
You know what we're talking about here. Though. You're playing a game, everything's going smoothly, and then you get to the boss. You've been fighting every enemy that popped up. You feel like you're about the level you should be, but you fight the boss and they just totally crush you. Like, not even close. No, you can't just go somewhere else. You're locked into the dungeon, or it's a totally linear game, so your only option is to run around, beat up monsters until you get strong enough to take the boss on. That's it. Newer RPGs have tried to do things that make grinding less annoying, like letting you speed up battles so they go by quicker, which is a nice solution that should appear in some form for every turn-based RPG out there, but there's still a lot of games that don't. You're forced to slowly level up by...
So again, we have the solution in some games, but not all of them, so it's bad.
And so those games are bad.
It's almost like the industry is changing based upon the things that you mentioned, but you're acting like they're still a problem because they exist in retro games?
Yeah, what the fuck?
Exactly. Oh, right. Sorry.
Why haven't they pushed a balance patch on the original Final Fantasy VII, guys?
That's some bullshit.
He would hate the Trails of series. Would he? In the same, like, because of grinding and such?
You know, I didn't, well, see, here's the thing, though. You've heard Sophisticated Fight.
I have.
Right?
I do love that song. That was really good.
I did not mind any grinding.
Oh, because you were
I got
listening to that.
sad when battles were over, dude.
Fair.
The music in that game is so fucking incredible. I did not mind at all.
There you go. Fair enough. You can make grinding fun, yes.
Yeah.
Grinding is good when you need to catch up on videos. True. .hack.gu was the last game Bood Let's Played, I think. Was it?
It was.
Oh,
yep, it was. I got through the first game, and then at that point, I was just kind of done.
I get you. Yeah.
Yeah. I wanted to finish the whole thing, but
yeah. This video is too plastic to give you more details. That brand new Final Fantasy VII game. Or that brand new Final Fantasy game, 7. Well, they remade it, so that's the one, you know. I did hundreds of kills in Monster Hunter World trying to get the Shield Jewel 2.
Oof.
There you go.
Oof. See, I cheated for that.
Killing hundreds of
you laughed,
enemies.
But me and Aiden did.
No, I remember, yeah. You guys told me about that.
What?
Yeah.
We cheated in World.
Yeah, we did.
Toward the end, because the fucking post game was a nightmare.
Yeah. It wasn't a measure of skill anymore.
Right, yeah,
it was just a measure of how long do you want to fucking roll on a table.
Yeah, I get that.
Fuck those.
Fuck rolling on a table, I'd rather roll Teostra nukes.
Nice! Yes!
Very good.
You're forced to slowly level up by killing hundreds of chump enemies just so you can get strong enough to beat the boss. Now, obviously, RPG should be challenging to at least some extent.
Oh, that was a bad game to put in there. That was Neo, which is a Souls-like, which you can do without leveling if you're good enough. So... Ooh, skill-based game, actually, with RPG elements. Ooh,
yeah.
Just like if you put Dark Souls in there, you can do the entire game at level 1. You don't need to level.
Yep.
Anyway.
For a lot of players just steamrolling through everything.
Oh, they put Dark Souls! Ah!
Oh, no!
Yes! Yes! Horrible thing to put there.
Issue.
What a
Oh! Anyway.
Ugh.
Footage he was showing there was from the original? Yes. We were talking about for Noctis. Or not Noctis. Yeah, no, it was in the clip for Noctis that we were talking about. I'd love it when they contradict themselves in something like that with background footage that they just edit in because it's an RPG.
Yeah, it's a quote RPG.
Funny. Absolutely hilarious. Final Fantasy 12 ain't that bad. You can set up gambits to auto most battle stuff. Yeah, that's fair.
Oh. So there is effectively a way to do it, even in that one. The one that he's complaining about.
No, that's 12. 12 is different. Is a different game.
Oh wait, what did you say about the gambit?
The gambits are in Final Fantasy 12 that you can auto to most battle stuff with. Whereas
12 is one of the ones he's showing.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Oh,
it's the one where the kid is called Vaughn.
Oh yes, that's right.
Yeah.
I didn't see 12. That. Okay, yeah, fair enough.
So that's ironic that he's showing that as a problem when that did exist. An autoing method did exist.
Ooh.
Be a lot of fun, but there's parts of games where you pretty much have to grind, and that's your only option, and that just straight up sucks every time.
My beloved,
and also thunder punching a bronze sword. Okay, yeah,
dude, that's fucking weird.
Typhlosion and Heart Gold had Thunder Punch, and he's never had it ever again.
Really?
No, it's gone now. It was his answer to water types.
Yeah.
It's gone. I miss it so much.
I would too. Typhlosion's like your fucking baby, isn't he?
Yes.
He is, yes. I have probably a dozen shiny Cyndaquil and or Typhlosion.
Nice.
This video is hot trash. I mean, it's
That's not very nice.
It's definitely
we're trying our best.
It's definitely it's definitely one of the videos of all time that I have watched for sure.
It most certainly is.
He did show some footage from 12 for a second. Okay, yeah. I missed it then. I missed it. My bad.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Honestly, he's shown it a few times. You might see it again.
To be fair, I am just kind of, my eyes are blurring as I just listen to this voice that makes me want to stop.
Yep, that's fair.
Oh, also,
yeah.
The pride of my collection of all of my Pokemon.
Yes.
Is a shiny female alpha Typhlosion that I got in Legends Arceus.
Oh,
nice.
Because it is a 1 in 4,196 for shiny,
Jesus.
1 in 100 for alpha, and 1 in 8 for a female.
Jesus.
So this is a 1 in 3.2 million chance for a Pokemon.
Nice.
Wow. Nice.
There's one that I've heard of that's even rarer. It's not a Typhlosion. It is. If you've ever heard of Candy Eevee on YouTube, she's a big shiny hunter. She found in Diamond and Pearl, she shiny hunts in the Great Marsh and the Safari Zone.
Okay.
So they can run away. And what she found, she was looking for, I want to say it was a shiny Yanma that she was looking for. And she found a shiny male Azurill.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah. So, it was the typical shiny odds. Then you have a 1% chance to find an Azurill in the Great Marsh.
I did not know that.
In one section of the Great Marsh, and it is like a 1 in 10 for a male Azurill.
Yes, it is.
Wow.
So I want to say her odds for that were like 1 in 16 million.
Jesus.
Damn.
It's one of the rarest shinies she's ever found.
That's awesome.
And she did catch it.
Hey, even better. Good.
Yeah. And it was fucking crazy.
Yeah. This is 12 right now. Oh, so it is.
Yes.
There you go. 12. Okay. I dare you to get all the different Spinda patterns, Ace Trainer Aiden.
No.
Just.
I wonder if there's somebody who's been trying to do that.
Probably.
Oh, I'm sure.
Oh,
I'm sure
more
there's.
than likely.
I'm sure there's one guy.
At least.
Yeah.
The shiny.
Maybe a whole squad.
The shiny, that's all they use in every battle. They're the Spinda squad. Hey,
yo. I mean like a squad of people hunting down every Spinda pattern.
I know. The shiny Poltergeist antique form is banned in competitive because the Pokemon Company assumes that it would never happen. Wow. Okay.
Fair.
Speaking of Spinda Squad, I have when I was grinding Pokemon to 100 because I have like 500 or so ish competitive ready Pokemon. I don't play competitive, by the way. But I like perfecting Pokemon, and I was grinding
eugenics.
Yes. I was
Pokemon.
grinding a bunch of them to level 100. In Pokemon Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. And the most efficient way to grind levels in that game was there was one bush you could go to, and out of it could jump like a Chansey. And you would get the Chansey low with False Swipe, and it would like SOS call for help. And it would call in either a Chansey or, if you were really lucky, a Blissey. And Blissey are worth a ton of points. So you would have it call for help while like killing the help that shows up. And then right before the initial Chansey started to struggle, you would kill that while it had help, and then you would false swipe the help down, and you would just do this.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And I encountered, I believe it was 12 shiny Chansey while I was doing
Wow.
that. Of which I caught 9.
Nice.
Damn.
And the 6 of those shiny Chansey I leveled up into Blissey.
Mm-hmm.
And I made them a team.
Of course you did.
I had an attacker, a special attacker, a defensive one, especially defensive one.
God damn it, you made a physical defense Chansey? Get fucked.
Yeah, I did. It was sent out to die.
Good.
Jesus.
This is my physical defense Chansey. Yeah. I didn't put anything into physical defense.
It has a defense of 12.
Yeah.
Stop Chansey / Blissey harassment. That's right.
But
start a hashtag.
I put leftovers on all of these Blissey, and when in Pokemon Sword and Shield in the DLC in the post game, you fight the master of a dojo. His name is Master Mustard, and he has a physical attack-based team. And I defeated him with my Blissies. And I was like, who would win? A person who has devoted their life to learning martial arts, or a half dozen eggs and some apples?
Yeah, very good.
That's great.
My Blissies won because I clutched out, I outsped the Urshifu, and I landed an EQ on the Urshifu, and I killed it. And ever since then, I've referred to that team as the Dirty Half Dozen.
Nice.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Nice.
Beautiful.
Very good.
They're all in keel balls.
Oh,
nice.
So good. Pizza Funk says, I've never caught a shiny. I'm sorry. I hope you do one day.
Yeah, shinies are fun.
Yeah.
Although, dude, one of my oldest memories of a shiny was running into, at the time, what I thought was the lime green Tangela, and it fucking in gold and silver, and that was back when they could still fucking run away from you.
Yep.
And he ran.
Yep. That's so sad.
Very sad. Because back when I was a kid, I heard about shinies because someone had found, quote, the silver Beedrill. And we all thought it was like, there's one shiny of each Pokemon in the game.
Okay.
Gotcha.
That would have been really neat.
It would have been. Let's see. Pretty sure it's literally impossible to get every spin to pattern. Probably.
Yeah.
Can you imagine trying to get every shiny spin to pattern? I would die.
Yeah, no, you would die before you would actually die of old age before you could.
Yeah.
The fact they gave us Master Mustard and not Ketchup is a crime. There you go.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, you gotta have it like a Master Roshi type thing where there's Master Mustard and then, you know, like something Ketchup.
Like,
it's bullshit.
I still hate the fact that he didn't say that he would relish this fight.
Oh, he didn't?
That's
so perfect.
Beautiful.
What the fuck? All right. Let's get back to...
let's get back to this very, very boring video.
For more skilled players, the grind might not be as necessary or even necessary at all, but a lot of the time, that sort of thing requires understanding the sometimes really complex systems of an RPG, stuff casual players might not know about. Like, grinding isn't necessarily even a bad thing on its own, but at this point, there's no reason why developers can't put in some way to speed things up. It's a simple feature that can take some of the tedium out of an RPG.
Oh, so they have fixed it. You've acknowledged they fixed it, but not all of them have fixed it.
But I'm still going to complain about it.
Okay.
And number 8 is awkward or overly complicated menus. If you're playing an RPG, you're going to be spending a lot of time in menus. That's just part of the game. You're sorting through equipment, you're leveling up stats, you're checking the available quests, you're looking at the map. You spend so much time on menus that it's kind of shocking how many games don't have very good menus. And we don't mean every game. There are a lot of recent games that are much better about this, but there are enough bad or annoying ones out there where developers are still...
I want examples.
Yeah, please give me an example.
Right? Because what you're showing me, I'm like, oh, that looks fine.
You're showing me all the good menus.
Yeah, I don't know what we're talking about then. What is your definition of a bad menu?
Yeah.
making all the same mistakes. One of the worst we can remember is the Mass Effect console menu, which is just a total mess. Trying to sort through items was such a pain because it was a big list that you'd have to scroll through. But Mass Effect Andromeda's menus, you'd think,
the one that no one
played? That no one likes. But Mass Effect 1's menus were fine. I don't...
He did specifically mention console.
Oh, well, okay.
So...
They worked the same, it's just you couldn't click on things, I guess. You had to scroll through things, so...
Yeah.
I don't know, I guess I would have to try it with just a controller to see how I feel about it.
Yeah.
Also, heavy pushback on this. If he wants to open up the door to Dark Souls as an RPG, then I find it perfectly acceptable to bring up Armored Core as an RPG.
Yes.
Half of the fun of that game is fucking around in the menus.
Yeah, I mean, again, like I need a better example, I guess. Well, he's at least provided an example, so that's good. In the sense of, like, at least giving me something. But, again, from what I remember of those menus, they were fine and understandable. It has been 3 years since I've played Mass Effect 1, I want to say. I haven't done a replay of it yet. I will someday, because good games. I like them. But, except for the ending of 3, obviously. At the same time, I don't mind it particularly as much. But it is it is a thing. So, Mass Effect Andromeda. I played that for, I want to say, an hour because I borrowed a copy and I've never given it back and I've never touched it since. So, yeah.
Yeah.
The fact they gave us 2 Urshifus makes it even weirder. We never got a Master Mustard.
Yeah, what the hell?
Yeah.
I didn't even think of that.
Overly complicated shows Mass Effect 3. Well, yeah, he's also interspersed it because, again, this is a cut by numbers video, so they're just putting in footage and only calling for it when they actually are talking about it specifically.
Yeah.
And not caring about anything in the background. But yeah, I don't know. It's whatever. This guy was given an assignment. This is an assigned opinion. True.
Benefit of learning from mistakes of the past, starting from scratch, new series, new everything. They managed to make them worse, though. Just trying to navigate through all this stuff is a huge pain. Another reason.
Sure, I don't remember the menu enough for it to be a pain, quote unquote. So.
With a baffling menu system I can remember is Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Like, there's so many nested options hidden around that it makes doing some fairly basic stuff really annoying. And if you quit the game and come back to it after a few months, you're completely lost looking at this stuff. In general, menus and games...
You know what? Sometimes that is the case. Sometimes. But it depends.
Sure, but it's usually just
you pick it
any
back up.
really complex RPG.
Yeah, exactly. And you'll pick it back up when you start doing it again, so...
Yeah. Yeah.
Games are getting better, unless you really hate virtual mouse navigations, which a lot of games are doing now. But a lot of developers seem to make a lot of seemingly easy-to-fix mistakes when it comes to UI design. And number 7, when they don't make it obvious that a boss fight is unwinnable. Like, this is a convention that's here to stay. It's a staple of certain RPGs, particularly...
You do realize that the unwinnable boss fight not being completely clear is so that you still try.
Yeah, and okay, and it doesn't
also like with recent games, like the unwinnable boss fight, if you're good, actually is winnable.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I've been playing through DMC5 recently because brother, like, I picked up Virgil for like $3 and Virgil fucks.
I mean, of course, he has a son.
True.
He does. Nero is proof of that.
That is true. Dante could never.
No, he could not.
Sadness.
What was it?
Sorry, yeah, you've been playing 5.
But yeah, no, when you defeat the final boss in the first mission of the game, a very fast forwarded version of the credits plays afterwards, and it's like, hey,
That's
good job,
sick.
you did it.
That's
so
hilarious.
good. I love
Yeah.
it when they do stuff like that. That actually reminds me of the Far Cry thing where you can just sit for 15 minutes and actually beat the game that way. It's just it's
true.
Yeah, it's Far Cry.
Yeah, and Far Cry 3.
Is it 3 or is it 4?
It's
3 is the one with Voss.
Yeah,
it's the one where you just wait in the airport.
Is it the airport?
I thought that one sounds like 4.
I think it was
no
4. Yeah, I think it was 4.
Okay.
So you just the guy, the main villain is like, all right, yeah, you just wait here for a few minutes. I'll be right back. And if you do, just wait there. He comes back, and the game is over.
Nice.
Yeah, it's neat little things like that I really like, actually, because it's just oh yeah, I would love to just see if you actually give a shit that I am sitting here to do this. Yeah.
Yeah, and I actually have another example. In Tales of Symphonia, there's a, quote, unwinnable boss fight against an important person. That is spoilers for a 15-year-old game. You fight Kratos in the Tower of Salvation the first time you go there. He's fucking hard, but you can beat him. Now, it's an unwinnable fight because immediately after it, you're still on your knees, and he's like, wow, you survived. Well done. And he's completely fine. Then after that, you have the actual unwinnable boss fight where you do 1 damage per attack, and the guy hits you for 99999 per attack.
Yeah.
And even if you beat Kratos, you get a blue Saphira, which doubles all your money.
Yeah. They usually, in those kinds of instances, reward you, which is cool.
Yeah.
Talking about Alejo, the thing you mentioned with the waiting in the airport. That reminds me of a story I heard where someone was playing through Super Mario: The Thousand-Year Door.
Oh, yeah.
And the merchant in the very beginning of the game is like, oh, I don't have that in stock. Check back later. And someone actually waited 3 months, checking in every week of oh, do they have it yet?
Oh no. Oh,
that's hilarious.
Yeah, sometimes it does do that, and sometimes they don't. But if you get caught in that for 3 months, Jesus, that feels bad, man.
Yeah. How sad.
But that's funny. Yeah, so but usually also those unwinnable, quote unquote, unwinnable boss fights are signposted in the sense of, like you just said, you do 1 damage and they do a shit ton. I don't remember a unwinnable boss fight where that wasn't the case.
There's the unwinnable boss fight in God of War Ragnarok, where
I don't know
Kratos' first death versus Thor is scripted.
Okay.
And it's fucking badass.
Yeah, you fight until eventually you die, and then you get the game over screen, the screen fades to black, and then all of a sudden you hear Thor's voice, and he's like, oh no, we're not done till I say we're finished. And he brings you back because he put Mjolnir on your chest and he shocked your
Hell
heart.
yeah.
Yeah, he fucking defibs you with Mjolnir.
That's sick.
Sweet.
That's super sick.
It's fucking badass,
That's
dude.
awesome.
Yeah.
But the other thing about those unwinnable boss fight things is that they don't impede progress.
Yeah, no, they don't.
They never really do. You get all the stuff back usually. You can use items and stuff usually, but usually in them they do enough damage that you can't use an item so that you aren't wasting your items. And then afterwards it's like, all right, now we do the next thing.
Yeah, and it's an unwinnable boss fight is not there to slap you in the face. It's there to demonstrate a point.
Yes, exactly. It is a part of the story. It's for you to when you do beat that thing, you then feel the feeling of, I have accomplished this. I have grown in power. I am now equal or greater than this thing that
the
used
guy
to
who slapped me.
Yeah, used to literally just go, get the fuck out.
Yeah, and actually, another really good example of this is the fight with Vile in Mega Man X, the first Mega Man X.
Yeah. It's not like I'd use my Mega Elixir anyway. True. I do know of boss fights that are clearly supposed to be unwinnable, but aren't hard, and the game acts like you lost or crashes. Oh.
Oh, they crash. Oh, see, now that's a problem. If they crash
that's
when you do win,
that's a bad
that's
thing.
no good.
But when they are in the way of like they act like you lost, that's annoying. Because it's like if it is something that's like, oh, I'm actually like doing okay, and then you get to the point where you just die because it's just a war of attrition at that point.
Yeah.
And then they're like, ha, I beat you. It's like, all right, well, yeah, I guess. That sucks. Sure. I get that.
Yeah.
From Japan. They just love this stuff. And in concept, I'm obviously not against it. But there's a difference.
Wait a minute. Was that fucking Shadows Shadows Die Twice?
I don't know.
Oh, god damn it. Because that's one of the Souls-like games that has no
Obvious
RPG
that a
elements
boss fight
at
is
all.
Unwinnable. Staple of certain RPGs,
Yeah,
particularly
that
ones from
absolutely
Japan.
is.
They just love
That. Or is that Ghost of Tsushima?
I was gonna say, I
this
thought
is
that
from
was
Ghost of Tsushima.
Yeah, that's Ghost
Okay,
of
never
Tsushima.
mind.
I could have sworn. Oh, I've played the clip. I played the game that the previous clip was from.
Oh.
I don't know what it was called off the top of my head.
This one?
No.
Oh.
Previous to that.
Oh. Hold on.
obvious that a boss fight is unwinnable. Like,
This one?
No.
this is a convention
on.
that's here to stay. It's a staple of certain RPGs, particularly ones from Japan. They just love this stuff, and in concept, I'm obviously not against it. But there's a difference between
well,
a good
this one, yeah, this one is the next one. Yeah,
This is from Demon Souls.
Yeah, you can win against the first boss in every Souls game.
Yeah.
So
Not me, I can't.
right, but but it is possible.
Yes.
So not unwinnable, literally by definition. Good job. Why'd you put this in your video? Silly.
I love when people post their own L's.
Oh
of their own
yeah.
accord.
Oh yeah, it's great. Hot take: Sekiro, in my opinion, is not a great game. That's fine.
I don't like it either.
I've never played it. I've never had the
Combat
inkling.
feels like a slog, and that is a bad feel in a very combat-based game.
There you go. Sounded like they were dissing JRPGs a bit. Yeah, they're saying that the Japanese RPGs, you see it a lot of these unwinnable boss fights. So, I guess there is a battle in Disgaea 2 against Laharl, the protagonist of the first game. Oh, I know that guy. Where if you win, he destroys the planet and the credits roll because he's a sore loser.
Oh. Wow.
That's kind of funny. That's what Rage Quit looks like from the other side. True.
Yeah.
good and a bad unwinnable boss fight. You gotta know what I'm talking about here, right? The game pits you against an enemy that's intentionally way tougher than you are, and you progress the story by losing the fight rather than winning. This sort of thing happens in a ton of old RPGs and still shows up in games like Bravely Default 2, and it's not so bad when the boss either appears very early in the game or mechanically it makes it very obvious that you can't beat them, like making it so that you only do 1 damage to the enemy or something.
Yeah,
but sometimes
I agree.
games want you to lose a fight even though it doesn't feel like you're that outmatched, so you end up wasting precious items trying to win an encounter that's designed not to be winnable. It can be fun to throw an unwinnable boss at you early in the game that, if you grind a ton, is actually beatable. Sometimes they throw a secret ending behind.
But we were just talking about this.
User, he uses items in a boss battle. What a fucking pleb.
Exactly, dude. I know. But no, we were just talking about this, so yeah, I mean, you're right.
So
Bet he
good,
was
at least he addressed it.
Bet he was complaining that he didn't get enough proud souls either.
and stuff like that, and that's cool, but certain games just give the boss an I win button that they just hit at a certain point in the battle, and I don't really love that. Unwinnable bosses can add some drama to a game for sure, but when they're not telegraphed very well, they can be really annoying.
That's fair. That's a fair point.
Okay,
that is a fair
there
point.
we go. That is a fair one.
I am
Valid.
I am fine with the idea that if something is not telegraphed well, it is annoying. Yes, that can be something that I can agree to. It could also be that in these cases that, you know, it annoys you and not other people though, so it's not something that needs to be not done at all. So, I don't know. And also, as Dracker Kraken said, advice to this man is get good. Absolutely, yes.
Every video game is designed for the enjoyment of this person.
Oh, true. Forgot.
Number 6 is out of control level scaling. Like, level scaling in general is kind of a dirty word when it comes to RPGs. Like, there's a lot of players who hate this mechanic when it appears in certain games. Basically, how it works is that as your character gets stronger, the enemies get stronger to compensate. For certain games, this sort of thing can actually kind of keep a game entertaining and make it so enemies don't become total pushovers at any point. But on the flip side, it makes it so that everything can, and often does, just feel the same. When there aren't occasional spikes in difficulty, and everything's just a flat curve, it can make a game feel boring and samey. But level scaling is at its worst when the system is fundamentally flawed. Probably the most obvious example is Elder Scrolls Oblivion, when the level scaling system will, if you level up a little bit too much, turn enemies into brick walls of HP that are
This is true. Because I was starting my game as a hand-to-hand combatant.
Oh, rip.
And I was doing pretty good. I died a couple of times here and there, for sure.
Yep.
And
then you ran into a ghost, and then it turns out that silver bracers don't count as a weapon.
Well, yeah, I just kind of ghosts are a problem, but also
can't punch a ghost.
Can't punch ghosts. Sad.
Bullshit.
And also I leveled up when I thought I should. And you know what hand to hand doesn't do? Doesn't really scale well. So everything,
even with the best hand to hand weapons in the game, it doesn't.
Yeah, and I was nowhere near those. So because I've never actually finished Oblivion myself. And yeah, and so I started to punch things and then realized, oh, everything is not punchable anymore. And I have not leveled anything else for weapons.
Very sad.
So yeah, for something like this, it's a problem when the game is designed in certain ways, for sure.
And Oblivion's so fun.
Oblivion is cool and fun. But yes, to this man's credit, Bethesda level scaling does go too hard sometimes. I agree.
Yeah.
Games don't need to be designed specifically for this guy's enjoyment. They should be designed specifically for my enjoyment. That's right, Shin. But I can understand the perspective as well of level scaling makes everything feel the same. Because absolutely I can get that. There's a reason why I like in my game for War Tales that I was playing, that I put area specific levels, because then it felt like, ooh, I conquered this first area, now I can branch out, and I know that if I come back here, everything's going to be pretty low level and stuff to me, but the next area that I go to, I can conquer that one too, and I can get everything done, and it'll get me experience and stuff. And it also makes it so that I don't just level one area forever, because I could if it was scaling.
Yeah, that's actually how I'm going to be doing some stuff in my D&D world, where areas immediately outside towns will have weaker enemies, but then once you go further out into the wilderness, into more dangerous areas, that's where the dangerous shit lives.
Sure. Yeah, exactly.
Makes sense, because, I mean, hell, you're near a town, that's where all the people are. You wouldn't have a dragon or anything there. They would fucking attack it and drive it away if they could.
Yeah, for certain. So, you know, how I like to play is I put all the skills I'm going to use the most in minor skill section. That way I stay at low level, but those skills will keep getting higher.
Yes, that's how you do it. It's bullshit.
I see. I didn't know.
Yep.
Okay.
Tedious to take down. Fallout 3 has the issue to a lesser extent as well. Later games in the series for both are way better about it, but man, were all those rad scorpions annoying to deal with after a while in Fallout 3. You're actually just making the game harder for yourself, gaining levels, which, I mean, incentivizes you not to. This sort of thing is frustrating to deal with, on top of just not making a lot of logical sense. Gaining experience should make your character stronger instead of making everything else stronger, right? You're the canonical hero who can beat up a god, but random enemies are smacking you around with ease, like you just...
Well, yeah, but at the same time, you know, you should still be challenged, you know? So I'm fine with it to a degree in a lot of cases.
You know, I think that we should take the approach of, yeah, it makes no sense for some bandits to be like, oh, that guy just took down a dragon. Let's take his money.
Yeah.
Instead, what we should do in order to ensure that the player remains challenged is there is a dragon behind every fucking bush in every cave. There is a god.
Yeah.
It's the only way to really be certain. You're right.
We want to keep the player engaged.
Yeah.
The game, it's just dumb at a certain point. And number 5 is tons of unnecessary and confusing systems. If there's one thing that RPGs love to have, it's a ton of unnecessary overlapping systems like cooking, crafting, a random point system that gets you mostly pointless rewards. Blah, blah, blah. There's...
Maybe if you weren't a scrub, you wouldn't see them as pointless.
Yeah. Literally, okay, so for the first thing, cooking, usually they benefit you by giving you stat ups or some sort of healing items that are better than just, regular healing items.
Or increasing your max health.
Yep, or increasing max health, or really whatever their specific game system is for. What else did he say? I've already tuned him out in my mind.
I never bothered with these useless mechanics like cooking. All I get is a 25% attack up.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, there's reasons that they exist and you can utilize them. It's just if you don't utilize them, yeah, they'll sound fucking useless. Absolutely, because you're not fucking using them.
Yeah. I didn't eat before the boss because eating is useless.
Yeah.
And then I couldn't defeat the boss. Bad game design.
And then, one of them was crafting. Yeah, crafting is in there so that you can usually make better shit. And sometimes, not all the time, to be fair, but sometimes when you make shit by crafting it, it is better, definitively, than anything you could buy or find.
Yes.
So usually that's how it works. What else did he say?
Unnecessary and confusing.
Oh yeah, showing this. This is just a side thing for a game in Final Fantasy VIII. It is Triple Triad.
It's a fucking card game.
It's a card game that is
game.
an optional thing that's just in there that if you never engage with it, you never need to. Like,
dude, how much you want to... Since he's bringing this up, how much you want to bet he's never even played Gwent?
Dude, Gwent, I love Gwent.
I know, everybody loves Gwent.
Except, I think, Aiden, you didn't like Gwent.
I don't like
That's right.
Really?
Yes.
Oh my god. I've never heard anybody say they don't like Gwent. It's like the meme.
I particularly like Gwent, just because I do. I just liked doing another thing in Witcher 3. And I definitely did the whole Gwent quest line, don't you worry.
You fucking did.
I fucking beat all those masters of Gwent. I became Mr. Gwent.
You became the Gwent himself.
I became Mr. Gwent himself. That's right. And yes, there is an achievement, but also I wanted to beat those fucking guys. They thought they were good. Nuh-uh. It was me.
You were the good one.
I was the Gwent all along. Anyway.
I just can't get past crafting as a useless mechanic.
That's let's
systems.
All I can do is make this fire sword. All I can do is make this fire sword that deals 15 trillion fire damage in Skyrim. Who gives a shit?
Yeah.
Love to have. It's a ton
Imagine
of unnecessary
playing Monster Hunter
overlapping.
without crafting a new weapon.
Oh Jesus! You only buy.
No, thank you.
The game
like
journalist
cooking,
experience.
Yes. Yep. Okay, so it was cooking, crafting,
a random point system,
a random point system for just in general. Oh, okay. There's probably a specific purpose to a random point system, but sure.
Yeah.
If they're talking about like largest and smallest, there is no point to it. It's very specifically optional.
Yeah. For something like Monster Hunter.
If you care about finding a crown Raffian.
But I think for that, hold on.
If there's one thing that RPGs love to have, it's a ton of unnecessary overlapping systems like cooking, crafting.
Okay, So these points that you get from this were used to buy things, actually.
Yeah.
So what the fuck are you doing with these? If you're like, why wouldn't you go for the points that make it so that you can actually, I don't know, make your character better?
Yeah, not to mention, like, if we're talking points in Monster Hunter, like, you get them just as a part of the normal game.
Yeah.
You just go pick up a shiny, boom, you got some points.
You have the money, and then you have the points. There were two different things that could access basically the same stuff, but it was so that you could have more options to get resources from.
Yeah,
like,
and you can also use it to upgrade shit in the base.
Yeah. So there was a couple of reasons for it, man.
Couple huge reasons, actually.
But again, don't worry, he's just reading the script. He's not the one who's editing the video. So
It's
whoever
true.
the editor is has no fucking clue what to put.
Yep.
So they just put in things that slightly relate.
Like, the Monster Hunter is an RPG, right?
Maybe have a cap
It
for...
is a game in which you do play a role.
True.
Yeah.
Maybe have a cap for monsters based on where in the game they are, so sometimes don't level scale too much. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe if you engage with some of these pointless systems, you could beat those unwinnable bosses.
Oh my god.
Crafting. Who needs this playing Minecraft? Exactly.
Ugh.
Don't need this.
Random point system that gets you mostly pointless rewards. Blah, blah, blah. I don't even need to get into it. You know what I'm talking about.
No, you do.
No, you don't need to, you don't want to get into it because you don't have a leg to stand on.
Exactly.
And some of the time, this stuff can actually be a fun diversion, and we don't necessarily have anything against it automatically, but some games really go overboard with how pointless and annoying it is. Like the whole settlement system in Fallout 4, which, while cool more often than not, doesn't really get you anything.
Oh, except for the ability to craft like so many fucking things and create little like settlements that have these crafting apparatus so you can get things to sell off, to utilize, like have them be a drug farm for you so you can just have jet all the time, or I don't know, get the water and stuff that you need so that you can just have the ingredients so that you can craft food. Like There are literal points to these. I don't know. And also to have the people, if you want to be a part of the Minutemen, so that you can have them just be like in the faction, and it's kind of required for one of the end game states. So like, okay, yeah, no point. It's fine. Cool.
There's also
an experience.
If you don't care about settlements and using the settlement system, you're not forced to use the settlement system.
Yeah.
You're falling into the loop of thinking that all players want to hardline progress because they don't want to actually play the game. Like, we play video games because we enjoy them. You care about clearing video games because it's your job. And you're allowing that experience to poison how you perceive video games.
Unironically, building settlements is the reason I played Fallout 4. That and building robots. Yeah, building settlements is cool. It is. It look like you can design it and shit. It's sick.
It's such a fucking shame that when you have the settlements, you just constantly have the go save this kidnapped person quest.
Yeah.
But yeah, the settlement building was fun.
Yeah. I like
Don't forget that another settlement needs your help.
Yeah, fuck off, fucking gravy, go away.
Oh, Preston. I like how he says it's not that this is bad, then says it's bad right after. Make up my mind. I know.
And can easily be ignored if you want to.
Oh.
It's potentially a massive part of the game, but in practice doesn't really add much to the experience for most players.
For most players.
For most players.
Oh, I'm sorry. Where did you get that statistic? Did you ask most players?
There's a reason why Preston Garvey is such a fucking enduring meme. It's because so many people experience that whole another settlement needs your help bullshit. So clearly, fucking, it is.
It's something that people engaged with to a degree that did actually mean something.
Yeah.
So, okay. It's fine. It's fine. I haven't played much Fallout 4 yet, but the main reason I would is to play Minecraft. Yes, exactly. Preston Garvey.
Although honestly, if you want to play Fallout 4 for Minecraft, I would suggest just playing modded Minecraft because the building in Fallout 4 is not very good. Just this, it's really clunky.
It is. Yes. Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah,
but
whereas
it is,
Minecraft
if you can get
is just
to
about
work.
as seamless as you can be.
Yeah, for sure. Preston Garvey was so obsessed with settlements that his Magic the Gathering card makes them on your lands. That's so good.
Oh my fucking god. That's hilarious.
Just console command in some behemoths and now you have settlement boss battle. True. I was not interviewed for this video. Exactly. I agree it could have been better. Oh yeah. The settlements thing could have been better, but I mean, it works well enough, and if you mess with it enough, you can make some pretty cool shit.
Yes, you can.
Other than the fun of making your own house, which it's fun, but having to constantly babysit settlers is a drag, and there is where it really starts to feel underdeveloped. So many RPGs have some kind of cooking system and crafting system now, and
Monster Hunter, which is not a cooking system.
So first off, okay, hold on.
It's an eating system.
I mean,
where it really starts to feel underdeveloped. So many RPGs.
So this is for
Stardew Valley. How dare you?
First off, Stardew Valley's cooking is not, like, it is something that you can utilize and get, look at that, energy, health, speed up. Like, there's specific reasons to do this.
Yeah, the reason why you drink triple shot espressos is because of that +1 speed. Having speed in the mines is so fucking good.
Yeah. Like,
god damn it, I kind of want to play Stardew Valley again now.
Yeah, right. It is pretty good. So it does have multiplayer, by the way.
It does have multiplayer.
I kind of want to do a crafting-based character now.
RPGs have some kind of cooking system and crafting system now, and I guess they're sometimes useful. Like, you can put hours.
They're always, literally,
they always have a use that is.
Nah, in fairness to him, there are some times that crafting is useless. They're few and far between, and I can't think of any at the moment.
Yeah.
I have been very underwhelmed by crafting in games.
Sure, but is it useless?
Useless, like, in terms of, like, it's hyperbole.
I guess so.
Like, it's not very useful, so I just call it useless to, like, get a point across.
I suppose, but I don't know. It's just one of those things where I've not encountered one that didn't have a purpose that I needed it for, at least at some point, you know? So, I don't know. I think my favorite version of Minecraft right now is Dragon Quest Builders. Oh, there you go.
That's true. I did see that on Steam.
I haven't seen it. The reason I drink triple shot espresso is so I don't get a headache. True. Editor, it's food, which means it's cooking. Yes.
God fucking damn it.
I'm literally playing Elden Ring with an alchemist build right now, by the way. There you go. Yeah.
Nice.
Crafting.
Time into stuff and get basically nothing back in return, though. In a lot of games, it's just plain easier and better to buy weapons at a store rather than bother with crafting at all.
No, it's not. That's the point of the crafting.
You are showing a game in which those legendary weapons at the very top are so much fucking better.
Yeah, and you have to craft them. You have to.
That's the whole point. You have to build up, like, never mind.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
I don't need to go further. We all know.
Not always bad, but it's another example of RPGs trying to put more stuff into their games, regardless of quality. The mistake is thinking that this stuff adds value for most players, when most will ignore it if they can. And number 4 is filler side.
just definitively, they will ignore it if they can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
most will ignore it.
Sure.
Yeah, get fucked. Oh my god.
Quests. Like, some game designers must feel there's some kind of like quota for game content they have to reach, and I get it. We do see a lot of game reviews out there complain about not having enough content, but as you
I've not read a game review that hasn't been a Steam user review in years. Like,
yeah,
literal,
no one reads fucking journalism
literal
reviews. Anymore.
reviews.
It's Steam reviews
Yeah,
now.
like, nobody cares about what the company thinks anymore. Everybody cares what the players think.
No one cares about what companies such as GameRanks think.
Yeah, exactly. So,
usually because the content isn't satisfying. Like, a really short game can be enough content as far as I'm concerned, if it's satisfying content. Overcompensating by just loading your not particularly great game up with content isn't the solution, though.
okay, so here's the thing.
Uh-huh.
Not all side quests need to be done.
Yeah.
They are literally optional.
Yeah.
You never have to engage with a side quest. Never.
Yeah.
And you will be able to get through these games.
Yep.
So I don't see there being a problem inherently with having a bunch of side quests in an RPG, because usually they go, they're all in your journal here. Which one do you want to highlight to be the quest that you want to go after? Oh, the main quest? Okay.
Yeah,
You know?
right?
Like, and then they're not on your map or anything. You don't have to worry about it. You can stumble into a side quest. Hell, fucking, I love Yakuza and how I just run around Kamurocho and fucking stumble into a guy who's like, hey, I'm gonna shake you down. And then I go, nuh-uh, and then I beat him the fuck up.
Yeah, dude. Also, I know this doesn't, I know it's not an RPG. I did every single side quest and side challenge in Sunset Overdrive.
Oh, there you go. That sounds like a lot.
Because I enjoyed the main gameplay. I was like, yo, I want to do more of this.
Yeah.
This is fun.
So, and like, if the game itself at its core is not a good game, then it just means that it spreads out usually, and the side content is not going to be good. But that's only because the actual foundation is flawed. But sometimes in those flawed foundations, you actually go into the side shit and you go, oh, this was fun. Oh, I wish there was more of this and less of this game. You know, it is a thing that happens. So, but again, there are some side quests that I've done in games that I've been like, well, I didn't really have fun with that, but I wanted to do it, so there it is, you know? But that's just the way that it's going to be when you have a bunch of stuff that you can do. And a lot of these RPGs being linear or open world, you will get both happening, because they just want to put more content out there for you so that you can get that additional experience, additional rewards, whatever it is, so that you can have, one, more fun, and two, maybe be even more powerful when you go against the bosses.
Yeah.
You know? Like, it's
if you
all
do
there.
all the side quests, you won't have to worry about that unwinnable boss fight.
That's also true. So I don't know. It's not something that's ever crossed my mind in going, there's too many side quests here, because again, they're optional. They do not matter to me unless I make them matter to me.
Yeah.
You know? It's not enough. It's too much. I repeat, make up your damn mind about it. Yeah. I guess I prefer the side quests to not be permanently missable, so I can come back to them after I finish the main quest. That is something.
That's always unfortunate.
I like it when they're not missable, but if they are missable, I'm not too miffed by it. I just know that I need to, if I want to do it, I gotta replay the game. That's fine. Or have a save beforehand, because I usually have saves at certain points. So.
Because so many RPGs have a boatload of totally forgettable and uninteresting content in them.
True.
Good RPGs, even. Like, for certain games, side missions can be almost as good as the main missions in a game. See The Witcher 3 for that. But for every game that has...
I loved sitting down and having to do bureaucracy in The Witcher 3. that was a fun side quest because I had to take form A to this other person and then had to take the next form. It was great. I loved it.
Very good.
I really loved it. I don't know why. It's just so
those
funny.
ones are really fun.
Yeah.
And funny.
Actually good side quests. There's 10 that have totally boring ones. We've all been there. You enter in a new town, there's tons of little exclamation points everywhere on the map. Every single person gives you a little request, get like 5 bear pelts or deliver some letter to somebody. Oh, my lost love, can you bring this letter to them? It's like, why are you asking me? I've been walking all damn day.
So you're the fucking player
Yeah,
character.
you're the player.
Like,
Because if they didn't ask you, it wouldn't be there.
yeah, like, not to go meta and literally game design, but you are the purpose of them existing.
Yeah.
So I don't know. To a degree, I understand, like, why wouldn't you just give it to a postman, I guess? But I don't know. Like I said, some of these side quests are better than others, and some of them you don't have to do all of them. So, like, what? Okay, you can just take the letter and leave.
You can just take the letter and leave.
So, okay.
I think the problem I'm having with this video is I understand his issues with video games,
Yeah.
mostly. I just can't relate to them
Exactly.
because I'm not an idiot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's the problem. I don't know. You and everyone else seems to, I don't know, think for like a second, and they just go about their day. Whereas this guy just goes, no.
Yeah, right. And it's in that exact tone where it's like,
No. Can't do it.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Not,
Anyway,
not about it.
Continue on.
That's going in the article.
Oh, God damn it.
Let me just bring up the Book of Grudges real quick and write this one down.
And he's not doing it like a dwarf
No.
would. He's not holding the pen in a clenched fist and like drilling through the paper. No, he's just got it between his ring finger and his thumb and like very gently,
just
slowly writing it in.
Yeah, this is something for.
Yeah,
I can make a video about this, I guess.
Yeah.
Sorry,
He's
no.
typing on his tablet.
See, this is the thing, though. It's not even this guy who is. He's the voice. Whoever the writer is of this is the one who did it. You know,
but, like I don't have anybody else to
I
latch
know.
on to make fun of.
Oh, I get that. No, that's why you make fun of the whole company. Because it's
true.
everyone.
It's just really basic, boring crap, though. JRPGs are still pretty lousy with this kind of quest design, but a lot of Western RPGs can be just as bad. Like Assassin's Creed Odyssey and Cyberpunk, one of which I would call a really good game. The other is alright. Both are filled with meaningless side quests that send you to clear out a small base or something. That's like it. And we can't forget those awesome Radiant quests in Bethesda games. At least those are pretty easy to ignore most of the time. Making games is obviously a tough business.
Literally every side quest is easy to ignore because you just don't do it.
Yeah, you just don't do it.
Like,
except for fucking Meridia. Fuck off. I don't want your goddamn
you're right.
beacon.
That's the only
Stop
one.
putting it everywhere.
Every time.
Fucking Schrodinger's beacon.
Every time. That's right. I laugh.
And you're
every
always
time.
on auto loot, so fucking you always get that shit.
It's so funny.
So I played through Skyrim a lot.
Yeah.
Meridia's beacon will only ever appear in one location, and once it spawns, it's a permanent spawn.
Oh, okay.
So one of the things that I would do is I would keep auto loot off until I found Meridia's beacon in some chest somewhere, and I would just like pick out everything around it.
Yeah.
Just so I didn't have to touch Meridia's beacon.
Yeah.
And then I would close the chest and I go, okay, cool. I am never coming back to this chest in this dungeon.
Yep.
Exactly.
You drop a few like lit torches near there to mark it forever.
A new hen touches the beacon.
Get fucked.
So fun. Every time it happened to somebody that I watched, I would just laugh because every time, no matter what, nobody likes it unless they've never experienced it. That's the only time.
In fairness, though,
Dawnbreaker is a pretty good sword.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
it is.
Oh yeah. Oh, for sure. It's
Perfectly fine.
It's just having to go through that.
Yeah, no, fuck
Meridia.
it. The other one, fuck those goddamn jewels of Berenzia.
Oh,
Fuck
it's fine.
No, let me drop
Baron's
them.
Isle.
They weigh half a pound.
Oh, I'm sorry.
They weigh half a pound each, and you can't drop them.
Yes, but if you are really struggling with half a pound each and you've only got like 3, you're fine.
That's wasted space, motherfucker. That could be a dagger. That could be like $10.
Oh no.
I know it
Fuck
could
you.
be it could be one iron dagger.
Yeah, it
could
literally
be.
could be.
I hate it when it's like, oh, I have this thing I can't drop and it takes up weight. I'm like, you motherfucker, Todd. I would strangle you with barbed wire if I could.
I would say that a improvement to that design would be to let them place the ones that you find somewhere.
Yes.
Like that would be fine for me. I would
like there should be a thing in each house where it's like a quest item chest or something like that.
No.
That would be amazing.
I would rather them be like in the Thieves Guild. You could just have a place where you display them, you know? So you just go there, you put it down, and it's displayed.
Oh, yeah, that'd be fine.
That's what I want. Because then it's like, oh yeah, how many do I have left? This many.
Yeah.
Nice. You know?
Yeah, that would be fine. If you could just get rid of them, it'd be fine.
Content can be a really thankless job, but because it's the stuff people are most likely to miss, when a game puts in the extra effort to have some optional mission actually be interesting and fun, it really adds a lot to the game. In our opinion, a lot of RPGs could cut like half of the side quests, and most people wouldn't even notice. That's how little they add. And a lot of companies seem to just make this mistake where they think that more equals better, even though a lot
of most people.
Yeah, would love to understand that. Like, how does it not cross your minds that you can just not do them?
Yeah.
Like, literally.
No, most people go to another school.
Oh!
That's true.
In Canada. Oh. Shit, okay. Alright, got it.
God damn it.
I think the Thief Guild guy will just follow you and try to recruit you, which is annoying. I usually just attack him. That's fair.
Yeah, that's true. Well, seeing what you do there is you start the quest where he's like, okay, follow me, and then you just leave.
Yeah, it's true. If he's going to complain about side quests, Mass Effect does have a few that are just nothing. That is true. But again, you can just not do them, you know?
Yeah.
of players just think all this junk is tedious.
I guess the thing is, if you don't know about the side quest, you do it, and then it really results in nothing. It probably gave you experience, first off, but at the same time, if it doesn't, like, if it isn't just like a 2 feet, you know, I go from this point A to point B, and it's like in the same exact spot, really. And it's just like 2 seconds of your time. It really just, what it boils down to is, oh no, I engaged with something that took up 2 seconds of my time in this game that has hundreds of hours of content.
Yeah, not to mention, they gave me money.
Yeah, usually XP. Money or XP is still exchanged at the end.
Yeah, so, like, I don't mind.
Yeah, so it still amounts to something. It's never going to be something that I will say is completely nothing at all.
I'm also that motherfucker who will complete every fucking mission in Monster Hunter, including the shitty ones, just so that I can get the stupid rainbow pigment from my armor.
There you go.
Oh god, I remember grinding for the rainbow pigment.
Yup, that shit sucks, but it's always worth it so that I can never wear it because it looks really bad. But
you did
say that I've completed every mission.
Exactly.
Get fucked.
Yeah.
Speak for yourself. I used the rainbow pigment for quite a while.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, most of the time when I get my, like, end game drip in Monster Hunter, I tend to just make it look kind of natural. Where, like, if I have armor that's got, like, leather on it, I tend to just color it, you know, like leather.
Gotcha.
Although, if I'm playing a hunting horn, there are times when I get the most flamboyant set and just do the brightest colors possible.
Yes, of course. Yeah. Makes sense.
And number 3 is saying your choices matter when they actually don't. Probably the most appealing thing about RPGs is the ability to play a character your way. Like you play the role however you want in a role-playing game. You can choose to be good or evil, and the expectation is that those choices actually mean something. Players want to be rewarded for playing the game the way that they want. So one of the worst mistakes designers can make is to make it so the choice doesn't matter at all.
Yeah.
Especially when player choice is such an important part of the game. I don't think anyone's really upset when the princess says, like, but thou must in Dragon Quest, because those games aren't really about making choices. But with something like Mass Effect, where a lot of the things you can do have severe consequences on the story and characters, taking the player's choice away in, like, the end of the game.
Yeah, there it is. The end of Mass Effect, yeah.
Yep.
Conclusion, suck.
Well, my sound just stopped working. That was neat.
Oh.
Except I can hear you, so I don't know what to talk.
Well, this is one of the hardest things out there to get right, too, because adding real choices to a game is really hard, and it only makes creating a game exponentially more difficult to do. But if you're telling players that what they do in a game matters, then you kind of actually have to make it feel like it matters. And
Okay, yeah, I mean...
Yeah, a good point.
That's also...
I agreed with every part of that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There's nothing to go against it, because that is just how things are. If you take away my agency entirely and or make it so that literally every choice has no consequence that I have intended for, then yeah, that sucks. That's just not me playing a game. That's me going on your roller coaster ride.
Yeah,
Same thing with
that's me watching the movie.
Yeah.
Except slower.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Same thing as railroading in TTRPGs. If I'm not doing anything that is actually going to do anything to the story or anything that's around me, then yeah, what am I supposed to do here? What am I here for? Why am I here? Please let me leave. I need to go. Let me get out of this door. It's locked. Please open the door.
Alejo, the door's not locked. Just hit the power button.
Oh shit. Yeah, so it's not something I can argue against at all, for sure.
Yeah.
I'll do the nothing side quests because they are easy experience. They could be better though. True. Yes, they could be better. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Also, that Imperial Messenger has the unfortunate job of spawning in and running towards me right after I fast travel. That guy really needs hazard pay. True.
Yeah.
But thou must.
Dude, I'll tell you what, he's got some legs on him, though.
He do.
He can keep up with you fast traveling.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And then intercept you.
Yep. No matter what the fuck is going on.
It's great. He's dedicated to his job, and really, I respect that.
He's like the postman from Majora's
Yes,
Mask.
exactly. He is the American hero, the postal system. Come on.
Yep.
Number 2 is beginner's traps. Probably one of the best, but also one of the worst things about RPGs is character creation. There's nothing worse than spending a ton of time building your character, only to actually start the game and play for a long time before you realize you don't like what it looks like, you did something wrong, like maybe the stats are wrong, you got the wrong skills to start with, the entire class is subpar, whatever. You fell into the beginner's trap.
Who the fuck
and
played
RPG
Biomutant? Get fucked.
I actually
Nobody
played
that.
Biomutant.
Dude, I'm so sorry.
I played it for a bit, and then I went, oh.
Yeah, that honestly, when that game looked so cool,
it did.
I'm so mad they fucked that up.
It was a part of a bundle, so it was basically free to me. So no worries there. But I started it and I went,
It'll be right back, guys.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't
stop having played everything. You're ruining my bit.
I'm sorry, but you don't understand. I have.
These can be some of the worst games out there for this kind of thing. Of those hundreds of possible options you've got to create your character, you might as well just scratch out half of them because they're useless compared to everything else.
Okay, well, that's not true at all.
That's completely false.
You can do, especially, why are you showing Dark Souls with this?
I don't know.
What the fuck are you doing? You can make them however you want in Dark Souls, especially when you can literally level anything. Like the starting shit, yeah, you can have it be the starting shit, but if you, excuse me, goodness, if you get enough souls, you can level whatever the fuck you want. Yeah, it's a lot, but the game itself...
Not to mention, if you, like, let's say worst case scenario, you do need to remake your character completely in Dark Souls. Now that you've gotten as far as you have, you know how to get past everything on hard mode effectively.
Yeah.
You'll be fine getting back to where you were.
That's true. And like with other games, if you don't... So, I don't know with the character appearance thing why that would be an argument of, oh, you didn't make the character the way that you really wanted to at the beginning. It's like, oh, so I didn't...
I feel like the writer may have miswrote there.
Right,
because like, that's not an issue.
Because, like, I didn't start the game until I made the character, right? You know?
Yeah. And, like, if you make your character and you make him look, like, way off from what you want, then you just go back and remake the character.
Or you just...
You don't be like... I hate the way this character looks. Now I'm going to play for 20 hours.
Well,
oh, damn. 20 hours later, I don't like the way the character looks.
Exactly. But even, like, if you, later on in the game, if you come back and you're like, oh, I don't actually like how the character looks. Okay?
Yeah.
Like, you just keep playing the game, I guess? I don't know.
Yeah,
unless it's
just the way the character looks. It has no bearing on gameplay.
Not really, no. Unless it's, you know, you're trying to do some sort of self-insert of some sort, I guess. Or some kind of insert, or inserting somehow. And Baldur's Gate 3 was brought up, so there you go.
Yeah.
So, you know, I guess if that's the thing you're going for... But, again, at the very beginning, you would probably, I don't know, make the character right. With the stats, that's something that is literally just something that you kind of have to learn as you play.
Yeah, and most of the time when you've got a stat, it'll be like dexterity influences blank.
Yes.
So you'll know what the stats do usually.
Usually. And even if you don't, again, it just is another, like, oh, I wanted to do it a different way. Next time, when I play a different character that actually has this statistic in this way so that I can actually do it, then I can do it that way. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, we played Vampire literally yesterday.
Yeah.
And one of the things in Vampire you can do is potentially recruit a gargoyle. For those of you who don't know, in Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, there is a single quest where you can potentially recruit a gargoyle. I wanted to try to do that, just to show it off. I didn't, because I didn't have the correct skill set / didn't pick the correct options. Because I think I didn't have some stuff.
Presumably, we didn't have enough persuasion.
Exactly. Some prerequisite was not there. But I tried to do it, and then at the end of the day, I went, okay, I'll just kill the guy. And then I did, and then I went, but next time, I'll maybe recruit him. Or next time that you play, those of you who have seen the thing and want to play the game yourself and try to do different options and such, you might be able to do it. You know?
Yeah.
Like, the glorious part about RPGs is that you can go in with so many different characters in so many different ways, usually limited to the system itself that it is, that the game is running with. So, like, I look forward, when I play Vampire the Masquerade, to which kind of vampire I'm going to be. How it's going to react to all the stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of binary choices for sure, but it's the interactions of, like, the powers and how you get through each of the scenarios that way that I look forward to. Plus utilizing special dialogue options if I'm a seducer, or if I'm a intimidation man, or if I'm a Malkavian. Like, it's just another little bit that I can go, ooh, this is a replayable game until I've played it to death, or I just get tired of it. Because that's just how video games work.
Yeah.
So... I don't know, the beginner's trap thing, sure, it's something that happens, but I don't understand how it could get to the mentality of, I've never played this game before, I've gotten to 20 hours in, and I've gotten to a choice that I wish I could do something else. I need to completely instead of finishing the game this way, completely go back already and do it this way so that I can get to this point. And then later on, I'm going to have the same thing happen potentially. And then have to do it completely again to get to this point,
like,
you know? Like, just finish the game first?
Yeah.
Maybe? I don't know.
I'll tell you one thing that fucking hurt me. It hurt my fucking soul. Was we were playing, me and Brogan a long time ago, we were playing Divinity Original Sin 2 for the first time.
Yeah.
There were so many times when we fucking wished we had animal speak. God damn, it hurts when you don't have that skill, dude.
Yep. That makes sense. That makes sense.
God. There's so much pain when you can't talk to the dogs or the birds. Because they're so interesting.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, when I play through Baldur's Gate 3, I forget what character it was, but they had animal speech. I believe it was Karlak because she's a barbarian. But I was just like, okay, you're permanently on my team now.
Yeah. So, yeah, again, if I don't know, again, if you've never played something before, yeah, you're gonna fall into the trap, quote unquote, of not necessarily picking the best things because you don't know how the game works yet. So once you learn how the game works, yeah, you can go back and do whatever the fuck you want. It's your game. But in that first instance, I don't see it being as big of a deal because you are learning the game.
I invite you to think of it less as a beginner trap and more of as a tutorial character.
Yes, exactly. Oh my god. Okay. When the game lets you edit your character's appearance after you start, that feature does get a lot of use from me. Hey, fair enough.
Yeah.
They look different in their armor than you expected, or the shading messes with it. That is absolutely fair. I get it. I do get it. But it's not something that would ruin the game for me, you know?
Yeah.
In a lot of older games like Daggerfall and Fallout, you were able to make characters that were unfunctional or just really, really bad. I still really like the freedom those games present. Me too.
Yeah. In the original Fallout, you could make your character so stupid that they were effectively like mentally challenged.
Yes, it is true.
And it was hilarious. It was both hilarious and really, really interesting because there were some people you could not get past without being retarded.
That's right. Let's see. Lightning. I mean, lightning messes with it. What for what? Oh, lighting. Lighting. Sorry, lighting.
Oh, lighting.
Yes. I was AFK. Does the guy not like custom characters? No, it's just he doesn't like it when he doesn't pick the perfect start.
He doesn't like it when he doesn't know what skills do.
Yep.
And he doesn't like it when he makes a character that isn't like perfect for everything.
Exactly. Perfect for whatever he feels like is going to happen, and then later on it's not the way.
Yeah.
It's
stupid.
Right,
so this is a total tangent.
Yeah.
The past few minutes I've been playing DMC,
Hell yeah.
so my mind's been elsewhere because I'm kind of fucking done with this video.
That's fair.
But I heard you say, Boo, that he had his character had to be able to do everything.
So basically, he doesn't like it when you make a character that is like, you know, you make a character, you put your points into your stats, and then you start playing the game. It turns out that the stat was useless or whatever.
He doesn't like a character that has a build.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Yep.
Okay.
And so he's got a Dark Souls character creator open, and he's like, "Oh, just take out 50% of the options because they're basically useless."
Yeah, he did say that.
So I've encountered this specific flavor of brain rot before.
Oh no!
2 or 3 weekends ago, I encountered it in my fucking home, my safe place. I was hanging out on like. I have like a little stoop in my apartment, and I was there just enjoying the evening air. It had like a little snack, a little drink, and we were having like a heat wave. So like things were cooling off outside, and I was just there enjoying it. And I heard my next door neighbor, and this is why I'm saying this more quietly.
More conspiratorially, yes.
Yes. I heard him having some friends over and they were talking about Dark Souls. And I was like, ooh boy. And the topic happened to shift on to Elden Ring. And he said, yeah, I made an Elden Ring character, but I hate it. But I hated it because, like, as soon as you get, like, your strength or something high enough, you want everything else high too. So you have to increase every stat. And I can't remember if I scoffed in disgust out loud or only in my brain.
Given that it's you, I figured it was out loud.
It was probably out loud.
That's so funny.
But I was
Jesus
like,
Christ.
the actual inability to have a build in a game.
Yeah,
And
Jesus.
I need to be able to do everything, need to be able to wield every weapon. And I was like, good God, what a fucking casual.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, man.
It's true. But yeah, my character's appearance is a million times more important than their stats to me. Absolutely fair. Yeah. There's a bit of grass is greener aspect to this. The mono build requires more levels. True.
God damn it.
Of course, you obviously didn't know that. There was basically no way to know that, unless you ended up falling into the trap. Sometimes you get lucky and pick like a class that's good, and sometimes you don't. So many mistakes go into making these kinds of beginner's traps. A lot of games just don't explain themselves very well, and a lot of other games are just unbalanced, so certain character choices are unintentionally much less important. The worst is when the game gives you the option of auto-generating a character, but they give you a crappy character no matter what. In some games you just can't.
Yeah, that option is there for veteran players who know what they're doing and can make weird off-the-wall shit work.
Yeah.
Can't win unless you go online and see how to build a character properly. It's not the worst thing at the end of the day, but you just want to play a game.
Like really, like actually, I don't want to experience this game naturally. I need to be the best the first time.
I need the power game.
Yeah.
Literally posting his L's in the group chat.
Like, legitimately.
Oh,
what the fuck are we doing?
guys, I don't know how to make any character in any game ever, so I need to look up what are the most powerful builds.
That's so fucking stupid.
You guys, I don't know how to make an interesting character, so I just watched Tulok the Barbarian guy.
Oh. God.
Ooh.
Like, much love to Tulok, though. Like, Tulok does really interesting stuff and, like, copies over characters in a way that, like, is faithful and also, like, rules as written, like, appropriate. Tulok does some, like, really neat thought experiment work. I'm referring specifically to the people who are like, make me Cloud Strife, though.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I get you.
I know you get me. I'm just clarifying for people in the audience who may not.
That's fair.
Yeah, you're good.
This point was the worst to have for the TTRPG podcast. Yes.
Yeah, it really was.
It doesn't even matter being TTRPG or anything really. It's just anybody who's ever played any game ever.
Yeah.
Like, I want to know
Okay.
exactly how to win at this game. I need to look it up before I even play it.
Be good. I need to win.
I need to win. Yeah.
And this is making me think kind of back to us playing Wildlands.
Okay.
Where for a while we were really excited to get like certain skills and be like, oh man, I have my explosion radius up to max, and blah 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 and all that good shit.
Yeah.
And then eventually it got to the point with you specifically, Alejo, where you're like, I don't really care too much about the skills anymore. I've got everything I want.
Yeah, really. Yeah.
When you get to that point, it's kind of boring when you can do everything as well as you can.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like you're earning anything anymore, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
So, I don't know how much I enjoy reaching that point where I can do everything, because now I don't have anything left to build up to.
Well, yeah, and again, I see games that have the ability to have that replayability as good, because it is a point to it, because it's like, oh yeah, I can play this game again a different way and experience it a totally different way. That's great. I love that aspect. I don't see it as I need to beat this game the first time in the best way possible. Like, no. I've never played this game before. How the fuck?
I want to play it my way.
Yeah, I want to.
Not every way.
It.
I need to save scum this imsim.
So, yeah. Anyway. I feel like, to me, the ultimate thing is, if I'm having fun rather than what's the best, because it's more fun to make something wacky, in my opinion, than the objective... Wait, sorry. Oh my god, my brain. I feel like, to me, the ultimate thing is if I'm having fun, rather than what's the best, because it's more fun to make something wacky, in my opinion, than the objective best objective build. Yes, fair enough.
Yes, absolutely.
You want to have fun to the degree that you want to. Absolutely. Side note, the 2024 Barbarian allows rage damage on unarmed strikes, so Anime Butler build is back on the menu. I thought you guys could use the happy thought. Thank you. Love it.
I mean, 2024 Paladin allows smite on unarmed strikes too.
True.
Yep, and we talked all about the wrestler Paladin.
Yeah, we did Luchadin.
Yes.
For sure. I played a negative con Dampier fighter in Pathfinder, where Dampier get healed with negative energy, and it was fun to be knocking on death's door, because any one blow would hurt more because I can't heal. Fair enough. The healing from negative damage and harm from positive damage. Very, very cool. Yeah. That's true. Once you get to level 20 in Undertale, there's not much point to it anymore. True.
The way you want to, it's a big pain when you find out that no, that's not how you can play this game. That doesn't work. Try again. And finally, at number 1, and this is a big one. There's a reason why we saved it for 1.
Yeah.
Leaving in information that is just wrong. Like, there are mistakes, like most of this list. Like, it's mostly just bad game design. And then there are mistakes like this mistake, which are literally actual mistakes that get left in the game. RPGs are really complicated. There's a lot of math that goes on in the background, so the only way you can really know what's going on is when the game tells you. But when that information is wrong, it can only make things more confusing.
Don't you bring my boy into this.
Yeah,
Columbo cannot be put into this video.
Yeah, get fucked off.
No.
Fuck you.
No.
You leave him out of this.
You leave him alone.
But just one more thing.
But just one more thing. God, I gotta just rewatch that whole series now again.
I still have to continue it.
Oh, brother, it's so good.
Start it.
You should.
It's very good.
It is quite good.
Character screen is notorious for providing incorrect information. It's so bad that there's an entire page in the Diablo 2 wiki about it. A lot of the
Okay. So, absolutely, if a game is just lying to you and is not displaying the correct information at all, yes.
Yeah.
Bad.
You don't want that, but that's not really an RPG specific
No,
thing.
that is a broken game thing.
Yeah.
That is a literal game design that could happen to literally every game thing.
Yeah.
So yes, it is bad. Every game should stop doing that. I guess, yes.
Please don't lie.
Don't lie to me. Video game.
I don't like being lied to.
I don't like being lied to. Columbo is innocent. Leave him alone. Yes, I know.
item descriptions in the Dark Souls games are also like inaccurate. Like the tiny being ring from the original version of Dark Souls 1, which says that it regenerates your health when you equip it, but what it actually does is increase your max health a little. Hell and Morrow.
Is that true?
Aiden?
What's up?
For the
tiny beings ring.
Yeah.
Does that give you health regen like the description says, or does it give you a small boost to your total HP?
Apparently this was in the original Dark Souls.
Yeah.
I've not played the original Dark Souls.
Oh,
well, I played some of the remake.
Me too.
I think it was Blight Town, and I was
Me too.
like, I pretty much understand this game now.
Yeah.
So now I'm done with it.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, that's about it. Yeah.
Okay.
What it actually does is increase your max health a little. Hell and Morrowind, there are certain NPCs that give you wrong directions for certain quests. And remember, this is a game that doesn't have a waypoint system, so the only way to find places to follow these sometimes completely wrong directions. There are so many more examples.
That's fair. I mean, yeah, it is annoying. I think at this point we've had mods and such to a degree for these older games like Morrowind specifically that have done the quality of life stuff that has actually improved that. We had to do that as the player base, unfortunately, so there is a problem there, absolutely. But again, it's not only to RPGs if we're going for just incorrect information is being displayed.
So I'm aware that this point, yes, is perfectly valid of being told wrong directions and then wasting time in a video game is annoying.
Yeah.
I understand that. However, the previous 14 minutes and 56 seconds of this video have left me in such a sour spot where I'm instead more inclined to go, oh, so what? You expect every fucking civilian in the world of the game you're playing to have perfect knowledge of everything? Get fucking real.
Yeah.
This out there, but you get the idea. These are really bad mistakes. Probably some of the worst an RPG developer can make, and yet they still happen all the time. Because why?
They do?
People are people. That's all.
Sorry. They do? They happen all the time? I haven't heard of a game anytime recently that has told me the wrong thing.
Yeah.
Dude, people are people.
Oh, people are people, though. Okay.
Yeah,
Great.
They are.
Hey, leave us a comment. Let us know what you think. If you like this video, click like. If you're not subscribed, now's a great time to do so. We upload brand new videos every day of the week. Best way to see them first is, of course, a subscription, so click subscribe. Don't forget to enable all notifications. And as always, we thank you very much for watching this video. I'm Falcon. You can follow me on Twitter, @FalconTheHero. We'll see you next time, right here on Game Ranks.
Won't do that. Thank you.
Right here on Game Ranks.
Yeah, no
right here. Right there. All right.
Yuck.
As expected, Watch Mojo quality.
Yeah. Yep. They've really been around that long that I haven't heard of them. Really?
Yeah. Right. That's why I was so surprised.
Yeah, I've never in my life experienced one of these videos ever. From this specific one. I've experienced Watch Mojo, but like everybody.
But
has.
I mean, I think everybody has.
Yeah. What? Okay.
Yeah.
Weird. Yes, making a mistake is a poor decision. Game designers need to stop making mistakes. I don't know why they haven't already realized that.
Yeah, what the fuck?
It's just a good thing they have this guy to tell them that. True.
Yeah.
Everyone makes mistakes. Just remember that Aliens Colonial Marines had its alien AI completely messed up by one spelling mistake in the code. That is true. But it's not an RPG, so it's fine.
Yeah, it doesn't count. It's fine.
Happens all the time. Names 2 22-year-old games. True as well.
Yeah.
True.
God, it's really that old?
Yeah.
Wow, Morrowind is actually that old.
Yeah, it's an old game.
Morrowind can vote now.
Morrowind can vote. That's true. I want to know.
In 5 years, Skyrim can vote.
God. And then I was gonna say, and then in another year, Skyrim can vote again, and then in another year, Skyrim can vote again.
Yeah.
Like
in a few years, Skyrim can commit voter fraud.
Oh, it's so funny. All right. Good shit. We did it, everybody. We did it.
Yay.
We finally defeated the horrible video games.
Beast.
We've done it.
Yeah, no, there are no more bad video games.
No more
anymore.
bad video games.
We did it.
We did it.
Does it seem to anyone else that we always have like, or not always, but whenever we have an absolutely wretched video like this one, it's always on the heels of a pretty decent one?
Yes.
Either that or it's two absolutely wretched videos.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. Sometimes that has happened.
Yeah, that has happened.
Usually it's Garibay, but I mean...
Yes. Usually, yes. Anyway. Thank you all for hanging out. I am going to, of course, extend the invitation to allow my two lovely people here to leave, if you wish.
Yes.
Yes.
I have prior engagements, so I will duck out. Have a good one, all.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, wait, Aiden.
Oh, what's up?
Another time, me and Alejo will have to talk to you about the thing that we have planned, because I thought that since you are a Pokemon,
True.
I thought you might be into it. So we'll have to talk another time.
All right.
Intriguing. Okay.
Yes.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Be gone.
Would you also like to take a leave?
Yeah, I think I will,
because
I'm super hungry.
Oh yeah, 100%. I understand. Go for it.
Yeah. So take it easy. It was a good time.
It was.
A good time was had by all.
Indeed.
Except for the video.
That's right.
Anyway, goodbye.
See ya. All right, everybody. I need to take a quick bathroom break. Very quick. And then I will read comments and stuff. You can hear my voice is dying. But if I don't take a bathroom break right now, I will die in real life. So give me just a second. Almost done with the show. My cats have been allowed back in. They were not allowed for a little bit because they were just going after everything. So, at the moment, they are allowed in here. Anyway. And here I came in thinking this would be a video about using video game tropes in our TTRPGs. No. This was about video games specifically. Or including Sephiroth and Smash. True. Company video like that can't really be graded. No, it can. It is definitely a D. It does not pass. Anyway. Time for comments. Where are my comments? There they are. Okay. So, first off, we have Timothy on last week's episode, The Problem with Gods and Dragons again. Hello, bros. This was such a fun stream. I'm glad you had fun. It was pain. How about that pointy at, huh? Maybe someday you'll come up with a new topic other than there is too much, therefore it's bad. He said, hopefully, more lore below. Okay, thank you. Why is there no below? It has 0 replies. I have nothing held for review. Where is your lore? Hold on. It's not there. Like, legitimately, the lore is not there. These are all the comments that are on that video. So, I don't know what happened, but your lore seems to not be there. I guess I can't read it right now unless you post it now. Apologies. Unit Rico says, the intro bit about one-page rules reminds me that I need to bully my friends into playing war games with me. Through Tabletop Sim. Now that I have my copies of Contact Xenos and Fallout Wasteland Warfare, and Middle-earth is getting a new edition, which will probably be more of an update of the current system, which is all it needs, to be honest. I hope so, because I hope they don't destroy it. We'll see. One of them actually tried one-page rules with his girlfriend, but he said they felt it was a little simple, which, as far as I know, is the point. Though I never looked into the system myself. Yes, basically that's the point. You can make it more complex. It has rules for making it more complex that are more than one page, so maybe he should look into those, I guess. Anyway, as for the actual topic, I get that the amount of official gods can be overwhelming, but you don't have to keep track of every single one of them all the time. When I was making my knowledge cleric who went language maxing, it was super neat to go through all of the knowledge domain gods and pick the one that's most suited to my character. Excuse me. And even then, the fit wasn't 100% perfect, so even with the sheer number of gods that exist, there's gaps to be filled, of course. Have any of those other gods come up in the game? No. Has mine? Also no, mostly due to my own fault, but you still get the point. True. Also, the overlap in domains does make sense. In our world, we have various polytheistic religions where different gods are similar, or in the case of the Roman pantheon, straight up the same, as they were perfectly happy to include different gods into their own, while still being their own thing. In a world where gods actually exist, as well as various intelligent races, it makes perfect sense that there would be various pantheons in the rulebooks. Be various pantheons that in the rulebooks are conveniently shoved together in a single group. True. Yeah, it's, again, even, like, you don't, if you've only played one edition of D&D, it has the core group from the Pantheon, and it never makes mention of any of the other gods. So why would you care at that point? Unless you've played other editions / no other editions, you know? So, there's no need for it. It was in the reply, damn it, so sorry. You're good. You might need to go to the video itself and switch to the newest first for comments to see Timothy's reply. Okay. I will do that. Give me a second. You would think that it would be here, but it didn't come through. That's weird. So if I go here, I sort by newest first. Ah, there it is. I got it. We're good. Okay. Why is this not showing up on my thing? And I even hearted it and stuff. Okay, weird. Don't worry, I've got it. Here we go. Okay. Thank you, Shin. Don't know why that didn't show up in the list, even though I've clearly seen it, so I don't know. Anyway, ignore all of this. Why is Hunger Games a recommended video for us? What is recommended? Ah. Hot Ones? No. This isn't right. Anyway, okay. So this is Timothy's lore. We're good. YouTube has been weird lately. That's fair. The Log of Alabaster, entry 19. I often think about how much my life changed in just a year and a half. Sitting here in a packed arena next to a king that became my brother-in-law, and a tabaxi and vampire that have quickly turned into my friends. Not to mention Star Ruby, one of the best deals made in a tavern I've ever done. I spent a decade single-minded on my job, not really caring to make friends, but upon further thought, I'm glad the trading house got closed by brother after he got the deed to it. I started this new path because I didn't want to work under my brother. Now I find myself closer to my family than ever before. Funny how things happen in such ways. I should really talk to Cyrus face to face after the tournament and try to understand him better. Hearing Cornell talk about how proud he is to join the House of Alabaster made me realize what I pushed away. Call it youthful, self-centered stubbornness or just lack of empathy. All I can really do is move forward. About an hour into the second day, it was time for Cyrus to fight. The person he was fighting was an elf swordsman. When Cyrus walked onto the sand, his armor sparkling as usual, he seemed intensely focused. I looked over at Cornell, and his eyes were locked on Cyrus, gripping his ale bottle tightly. The two fighters tapped swords to start, then the bell sounded. The skills of the two were on full display, sparks flying from the blades as they clashed. They fought back and forth for only a few minutes, and after one final charge, the elf fell to their knees. The bell sounded once more, and Cyrus was victorious. Cyrus then spoke to the crowd. Glory be to Bahamut. May all evil fall before the great platinum dragon. May his favor be given to those in need. Then he drove his sword into the ground, dropping to one knee. He then looked up in our direction. Smiling, Galvin poked me in the arm. Or, he looked up in our direction, smiling. Galvin poked me in the arm. Galvin, Leroy boy, I think your brother is checking me out. As I rolled my eyes. Well, that's all I got. Have a nice day. Thank you. And I'm sorry that it was weird to get to that comment, but thank you for it. And then we have Shin. Honestly, the first video should have just framed itself as dealing with the challenges of using D&D's gods, instead of trying to say the number of gods was a problem. As far as why they don't come down and take care of whatever the party is dealing with, though, because the party is already dealing with it. Easy enough. I doubt that any given crisis is ever the only crisis happening on the entire world. Gods need to focus on the problems that actually require their attention, and let the adventurers take anything off their plates that they are qualified to handle. Having more gods doesn't hurt this concept either. More gods means more conflict between them, which gives them even less time to intervene in mortal affairs. Answers abound if you just look for them. That's crazy. Whoa. And that's about all I've really come up with, because these videos didn't give me much to work with. That's true, Shin. It really was a shit show. So thank you for your comment as well. But yeah, I mean, those videos were just not good with their arguments. But that's all the comments. Gods equal Space Marines, adventurers equal the Imperial Guard. That's true, if you want to look at it that way. I've noticed that my thing that I did to transform the actual chat did not transform the chat like I thought it would. So that's weird. Anyway, thank you all, of course, for your comments, and thank you to, oh goodness, and thank you to those of you who support us financially. Go into the thing where I talk about money stuff. Shut up, it's fine. So, fuck. Anyway, it still didn't work. Whatever the fuck. If you want to support us, you can. We have a Patreon. Yeah, I've never actually shown the Patreon page. I gotta update this, but we have a Patreon that we've got a few members for. You can go see the Session 0 of Sunrise and Sin City, the Vampire the Masquerade campaign that we are currently doing. You can also go over here on Ko-fi, doing exactly the same thing if you become a member through that. You can also donate to us one time through that if you wish to. These are our lovely table flippers over on Patreon. Big thank you to Draco Kraken, Rick, aka Unit Rico, and Steely for being those tier 4 contributors. You guys have made it so that we can utilize music that is a license that we can do for the vampire campaign, and it's pretty good if I do say so myself. The stuff that I have picked for the mood tracks, I just gotta remember to switch to it. Anyway, thank you to of course tier 2, that's Crimson Rose. Appreciate it. You've been a supporter for years as well. And then a thank you to our tier 1 contributors. All of you have been supporting us for years at this point. Big appreciate, of course, goes out to all of you. But, yeah. If you want to join in, you can. Going over to, like I said, the Patreon or the Ko-fi. And tomorrow, when I wake up, I'm going to have a shower, and then I'm basically going to start editing, and it's going to be an editing stream that is only to our table flippers. So if you're a flipper, get ready. I'm going to put a link to Patreon and Ko-fi in the Discord chat. And also, if you're just seeing it on the Patreon stuff, there'll be a link there, and you can join it, and you can come and talk to me during the editing process. I'm going to edit a bit, and then I have to go and do a bit of work around the house, and then do a birthday thing with my family for my sister. So it might not be the longest editing stream, but we're going to get some stuff done. It's going to be fun, hopefully. So yeah, join if you want to, if you can, and if you're financially stable enough to. Please don't feel that it's an obligation to support us financially. It is not. Not at all. So, but it is as little as $1 a month if you wish to. Anyway, you get all the perks. Another way you can support us financially is going over to our TeePublic site here, getting our faces or the logos on whatever you want to. I did get one of these. I'm so happy I did. It's actually really fucking sick. I got one of these on a sweatshirt. It's fucking awesome. But yeah, I got also this on a mug. It's also awesome. Going over to our site, you can go and click on support us. Look at all the things that I talked about and will talk about, and get our custom dice through a PayPal purchase. If you wish, there are still 99 sets. Please do, if you wish to, get a set of dice. And last but not least, of course, there's a link in our description that you can utilize to go over to Humble Bundle, and anything you buy through Humble Bundle using that link will support us as well as Tabletop Alliance, who is linked in the description, so you can find out more about their charity work that they do with tabletop means. Right now, at this very moment, you could get, let's see, oh, maybe not my cat jumping onto my monitor. Oh my god. Okay, we're good. The Starfinder 2nd edition playtest primer, which has a few things in it for Starfinder. The core for 1st edition, the Hero Labs onlines for a lot of 1st edition stuff, as well as, I want to say, you have the 2nd edition PDF here. You have some 2nd edition playtest material. You got a lot of stuff here that you can utilize. Excuse me, goodness. Second Contact, there you go, a PDF there. It's a lot of good stuff. Go get it if you wish. $40 for a bunch of content for Starfinder. If you're into Starfinder, of course. If not, is there anything else? Let's see. Some comics here, some Doctor Who stuff, RPGs, I guess, by Cubicle 7, if you wish. Some Adventure Time stuff, and then, of course, you've got your game bundles and all that. You know, Lego stuff, Capcom stuff, very cool. And software, do you have anything, software? Immersive RPG bundle for Alchemy VTT. I've heard a lot about Alchemy VTT. That might actually be a good one. I don't know. I've not looked into it, but I've seen it around. And then, of course, Dungeons and Monsters 3 here for, I assume these are STLs, if you can 3D print. But yeah, that's always all things you can get, again, through the store or through those bundles or through the choice. If you use the link in our description, you can support us. But anyway, that'll do it for us for the evening. We, of course, appreciate all of you who come by for the live show. Make sure to tune into the VOD when it comes out so you can listen to it as well, or show it to your grandma, or whatever you want to do with it. I can't tell you what to do. I'm not your dad. I'm the dad to my cats. So, I hope you all have a lovely rest of your week, and we'll see you for next week for the next show, and of course, if we do some streams in between, we'll see you for those, hopefully, and I'll see you tomorrow if you're a flipper to join me for some editing goodness. Hopefully I get enough sleep that my throat does not die. We shall see. Anyway, goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.